I'm at my limit. Please, you have to say something to him. I couldn't take it anymore. What? Out of nowhere? It's not out of nowhere. I've asked you so many times before. You should have told him already. I begged my husband to ask his younger brother to move out. You want me to kick out my own brother when he has nowhere to go? How can you say that? Exactly, you're so heartless. My husband's mother suddenly jumped in. Both of them were acting like I was the bad guy. This is my story about dealing with a difficult family member. My name is Shirley. I married my husband, Charles, when I was 28. It was an arranged marriage, set up by my boss, who thought we'd be a good match. I've loved karate since I was a child. Back when I was a student, I focused more on training than dating. Even after starting work, I didn't really think about marriage. Since I had never really been in love, I didn't know how to start a relationship. My boss was worried about me and introduced me to Charles, his good friend. My first impression of Charles was that he was a kind and gentle man. He worked as a government employee and seemed very calm. I wanted to get married before turning 30, so when he asked me out, I quickly agreed. We got along well, and before long, we fell in love. What I liked most about him was his honesty and kindness. I thought we could have a good life together. When he proposed, I happily said yes. My parents are wealthy and own several vacation homes. As a wedding gift, they let me choose one. You can pick any house you like, they said. I chose a house that was just right, not too big, not too small. It had space for a future child, a garden, and was close to stores and public transport. It was perfect. Charles, who usually doesn't show much emotion, was amazed. Wow, this is incredible. Are you sure it's okay for us to have such a nice house? He said, looking a little guilty. Our happy life together was about to begin. I never doubted it for a second. Our wedding went smoothly, and we started our new life together. But just a few months later, Charles's father passed away after struggling with a long illness. Charles had a younger brother, but I had barely seen him. He worked at a factory in the suburbs, so I only met him at our wedding and then again at his father's funeral. After their father's passing, Charles's mother was left alone. Charles started calling her more often, and soon, she began visiting us regularly. I understood that Charles felt responsible as the eldest son. It made sense that he was worried about his mother, but I was busy with work, and home was my only place to relax. So when I came home to find my mother-in-law sitting there like she belonged, I started feeling uneasy. One day, after months of the same routine, my husband said, "Hey, Shirley, what do you think about my mom moving in with us?" What? I was surprised. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? She already comes over all the time. He smiled like he had the best idea ever. It must be tiring for her to visit so often. Why not just let her live here? Wait a second, I said, trying to process his words. We have our own life to live. This house is too big for just the two of us, he argued. If she moves in, it'll be better for her. He wasn't really asking for my opinion. He had already made up his mind. I wasn't happy about it, but he kept saying he was worried about her being alone. Since he cared so much, I felt like I couldn't say no. Before I could even decide, my mother-in-law sold her house. Suddenly, I had no choice but to let her move in. I was upset with my husband for arranging this without talking to me first. We don't have a family home anymore, he said. She has nowhere else to go. At that point, I gave up arguing. After she moved in, life became mentally exhausting. She didn't outright mistreat me, but she criticized me a lot. "You are the wife," she would say. I hated it. "You married my son, so you should serve his family." She had very old-fashioned ideas. If I put work first, she'd say, "You're alive, act like it." She repeated this constantly. Because of this, I started staying late at work more often. I avoided home as much as possible. Her sarcastic comments annoyed me, but I found ways to deal with them. Life went on as usual, until something big happened. A few years later, my brother-in-law suddenly announced, "I'm quitting my job at the end of the year and moving back home." This shocked all of us, me, my husband, and my mother-in-law, but there was a problem. His childhood home was already sold. There was no place for him to return to. Angry, he blamed my husband and mother-in-law. "I didn't know you sold our house. Why did you do that without telling me?" My brother-in-law was the kind of guy people call trouble. He dressed flashy, spoke roughly, and had a bad attitude. Honestly, I never liked him and preferred to stay away. "I'm sorry," my husband told him. "I was worried about Mom living there alone, and we thought you planned to stay in your job for a long time." My husband tried to calm his brother down, but my brother-in-law shouted, "Oh, really? You think you can just decide everything? Take responsibility, you useless brother." He yelled at my husband. Even though my husband was the older brother, he froze at those words. He turned pale and just looked down, unable to say anything back. Before he passed away, my father-in-law had said, "If something happens to me, I leave everything to my wife." That was his decision. My brother-in-law had left home without a word, worked in the suburbs, and never sent money back. Did he really have the right to blame his mother and brother now? I thought so, but in the end, we couldn't find a solution. My brother-in-law ended up moving into our house under one condition: he had to leave once he found a new job. Of course, I wasn't happy about it. "I don't want your brother living here too. Ever since your mom moved in, our expenses have already gone up," I complained. "I'll make him leave once he gets a job, just put up with it for now," my husband said. I couldn't argue after that. I had no choice but to let him move in. At this point, I was already mentally exhausted, but things only got worse from here. The condition was that my brother-in-law could stay until he found a job. But 3 months passed, and he wasn't even trying. He didn't look at job listings, didn't go to interviews, he just spent his days lounging around. He stayed in his room, blasting loud music, or hogged the living room TV for hours. My stress kept piling up. And then, as soon as I came home from work, "Is dinner ready yet? Hurry up and do the laundry." He treated me like a maid. I couldn't take it anymore and complained to my husband. "Hey, can you do something about your brother? He treats me like a housekeeper." "Housekeeper? He thinks of you as his sister. He really likes you." My husband laughed. "What do you mean he likes me? He orders me around. I'm treated like a servant in this house." I was furious, but my husband just brushed it off. "Enough already, you're not his wife, but you are his sister-in-law. Just deal with it, okay?" I was stunned. As long as I kept quiet and endured everything, my husband thought things would be fine. I gave up trying to argue. After that, I stopped complaining to my husband. Instead, I called my parents and vented to them. My mom and dad told me I could come home anytime if I needed to. Their words were the only thing keeping me going. But then, my brother-in-law did something terrible. One day, I came home from work and saw a fire truck parked in front of our house. Panicked, I ran toward it, only to be stopped by a firefighter standing behind a safety line. Several firefighters walked out of the house, while my husband and mother-in-law thanked them. "What happened?" I asked, watching the fire truck drive away. My husband glanced at his mother and hesitated, then he muttered, "My brother was smoking, and the cigarette butt caught fire." I was so shocked and angry that I raised my voice. They explained that a cigarette butt had started a small fire, and my mother-in-law panicked, calling my husband and the fire department. Then why didn't she call me? I had only found out because I came home at the right time. If I had come back later, would they have just kept quiet? I asked them, but they both stayed silent. Frustrated, I rushed to my brother-in-law's room and threw the door open. "You could at least knock," he snapped. I ignored him and looked around. A huge burn mark covered the carpet under his bed. The house had smelled of cigarettes ever since he moved in, which was already stressing me out, and now, my favorite carpet was ruined. I had reached my limit. I turned to my husband, my mother-in-law, and my brother-in-law. "I'm done, you need to say something." My husband looked startled. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" "It's not all of a sudden, I've told you many times before, you should have put your foot down." I begged my husband to make his brother leave. But he just sighed and said in a tired voice, "You want me to kick my brother out when he has nowhere to go? How can you say that when you're his sister-in-law?" "Yeah, you're his sister-in-law. How could you say something so heartless?" my mother-in-law added. They both acted like I was the bad guy. But why was I the one being blamed? This was my house, my father had given it to me. My mother-in-law and brother-in-law had moved in without asking. They had no right to act like they owned the place. For once, I refused to back down. "Get out of my house," I said. My husband glared at me. "You want my brother out? If you can't live with him, then you should leave." With that, he stormed off. My brother-in-law just smirked. I felt completely drained and went to my room. The next day, I came home from work, and my key wouldn't fit in the lock. I tried over and over, but it wouldn't turn. I rang the doorbell, no answer. Then, my phone buzzed. It was a text from my husband. I stared at my phone screen in disbelief. I changed the locks on the house. I will let you back in after you get your head straight. That was the message from my husband. Ridiculous. If that's how he wanted to play it, fine, I'd leave. I went straight to my parents' house and told them everything. As I spoke, I watched my mother's face harden with anger. My father, normally calm, looked furious. Leave the rest to me, he said. Without hesitation, he contacted a lawyer. From that moment, everything moved quickly. A certified letter was sent, demanding alimony, a divorce, and an order for my husband to vacate my house. Then, a meeting was set up at the house, with the lawyer present. As soon as we sat down, my husband scoffed. Divorcing over something this trivial? This is ridiculous. He refused outright. I met his gaze and said, if you don't agree, I'll take this to court. At the mention of court, he immediately fell silent. But when we brought up the house, he raised his voice again. This is our home, I'm your husband, I have a right to it, too. He smirked, as if he'd won. The lawyer didn't even blink. You have no right to this house, he said plainly. The truth was, my father had given me the house before we were married. It was legally mine. It was never shared property. I watched as my husband, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law turned pale. They had assumed they would never be kicked out. Their faces told me everything. They had never even considered this possibility. Finally, my husband stammered, Shirley, maybe we should reconsider. The lawyer turned to me. What would you like to do? I didn't hesitate. I'm getting a divorce. My decision is final. At that, my husband slumped in his seat. He knew he had lost. The divorce was finalized, and they moved out. Now, I hear that Charles is struggling to pay the alimony. The three of them moved into a shabby apartment, far from the comfortable life they once enjoyed. My ex-mother-in-law and ex-brother-in-law, no longer free to live off someone else, became increasingly stressed. As for my ex-brother-in-law, I heard he got into a fight with some thugs and was arrested for assault. Not my problem anymore. I got my house back. I remodeled the room he used to live in, finally erasing the scorch marks that had haunted me. Now, my weekends are spent with my parents, who come over and stay with me. My home is peaceful. To thank the lawyer who helped me, I invited him to dinner. Since then, we've been meeting regularly, outside of legal matters. Maybe, one day, I'll get a second chance at a happy marriage. For now, I'm simply enjoying my freedom.
Today the restaurant was closed for a private event. A consulting company was celebrating its 10th anniversary. Loud music played, and employees finally had the chance to relax and enjoy themselves, at the company's expense. Many brought their spouses, but some took the opportunity to take a break from their significant others. I never go anywhere with my Madeline, a slightly inebriated man said, swaying a bit. My wife is only good for scrubbing my mother's floors. He laughed loudly. That's right, Keith, a colleague agreed. That's what women are for, to do the housework. And your wife doesn't complain that you're here alone? She wouldn't dare, Keith said confidently. Madeline is under my thumb. He held out his hand and made a fist. As the head of the family, I decide who gets to relax and who has to work. The ladies standing nearby exchanged meaningful glances, pursing their lips in disapproval. Keith had been disparaging his wife all evening, who was at home and couldn't defend herself. Some found it repulsive, but there were also those who supported his views. A small group of similarly intoxicated colleagues gathered around the tipsy accountant, listening to him with interest. Keith felt on top of the world. Usually taciturn and working alone, he was enjoying the unusual attention tonight, which flattered him immensely. He kept eyeing the elegantly dressed young women, wondering with whom he could have a good time. Keith didn't have a mistress yet, but he wouldn't mind having one, seeing nothing wrong with it. What the hell? He exclaimed loudly, seeing another incoming call from his wife. I asked her not to bother me. Is it so difficult to understand that I'm relaxing? It was already past midnight, and Madeline, who was indeed with her mother-in-law, began to worry seriously. Keith had said he would be back by 11 at the latest, but he had been gone for a long time, and she couldn't fall asleep because of it. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was already asleep. Otherwise, she would have been worried too. Mrs. Rose was seriously ill, so her daughter-in-law had to take care of the household and the sick woman. Keith was in no hurry to help, arguing that he was already exhausted from work. "Please answer the phone," Madeline said to herself, having waited for him for several hours. She had lost count of how many times she had called, and, in frustration, threw the phone on the table. It landed next to the report she had prepared for her husband. Madeline was an economist by education, an excellent one. Even during her student years, many professors predicted a successful future and rapid career advancement for her. However, she chose love. When his mother fell ill, Keith asked his wife to quit her job and to take care of her. Madeline agreed because she loved her husband very much and was attached to his mother. Sometimes she felt sad, realizing that she was wasting her potential by staying at home. Then her husband suggested she help him. Since he was involved in many of the company's financial operations, he found her help very useful, as she had an analytical mind and was well versed in the field. Soon Keith realized that Madeline was even better at it than he was, and began to exploit her openly. When Madeline said she was tired, as she practically all the time had to take care of an elderly woman, her husband started manipulating her, saying that he was the sole breadwinner in the family and couldn't afford to lose his job. Then, despite her fatigue, his wife would start working on the economic calculations that required constant concentration. Her efforts quickly began to pay off. Benjamin Askey, the company's owner, noticed that his subordinates' calculations and proposals were increasing the company's profits. He even paid him a substantial bonus for his outstanding achievements, which Keith did not tell his wife about, spending it all on himself. The man was intoxicated by such success. His salary increased, and he was highly valued at work. Keith even started seriously considering his future promotion and, since he had a low opinion of his wife, decided to make some proposals on his own. "If Madeline can do it, so can I," he thought confidently. However, as soon as Keith showed his own calculations to his boss, Benjamin Askey's face contorted. "What is this nonsense? Are you serious?" he frowned. "Keith, this is not like you at all. If you're overworked, take a day off. I don't need employees who bring me such rubbish." And so Keith's intellectual efforts ended up in the trash. Since then, he hadn't even tried to do anything on his own. He always took work home and then came up with interesting ideas and calculations that pleased the management. But when he was asked to speak or explain something at meetings, he would immediately stammer and start talking nonsense, which surprised many. This night, Madeline waited for her husband until almost 3 in the morning. By the time he reached their bedroom, he had knocked over everything in his path and made a racket. Although his mother was on strong medication, even she woke up. As soon as Mrs. Rose opened her eyes, she felt a sharp headache, and her blood pressure rose. "Oh, Madeline, I don't feel well," she said weakly. Her daughter-in-law immediately attended to her with the necessary medication. When the old woman's body began to tremble, Madeline realized that she was having an attack. She was used to such situations and knew what to do. "Breathe deeply," she instructed. "I'll give you a pill and you'll feel better soon." A few moments later, her breathing evened out. The pain in her temples gradually subsided, as did the trembling in her body. Keith, who had been watching them the whole time, leaned unsteadily against the door and fell to the floor, laughing loudly. Mrs. Rose shook her head. Before her eyes lay her son, into whom she had once poured her soul, now in a heavy, drunk state. And there was also her daughter-in-law, who initially did not impress her. Now Mrs. Rose felt ashamed of the words she had spoken a few years ago. "Keith, maybe you shouldn't rush. There are so many nice girls around. Maybe you should think about it some more. You can always get married later." At one time, Mrs. Rose thought that Madeline was not the best match for her son, but now she cherished her and was grateful for her help and care. If it weren't for her daughter-in-law, she would have had to hire a caregiver, and the elderly woman did not like having strangers around her. Keith struggled to his feet and looked absently at his mother and wife. Only now did he realise how much Mrs. Rose had declined in recent times. The room was filled with the pungent smell of medications and the oppressive atmosphere of old age and illness, which made him shudder. "Maybe Mum should go to a nursing home," he said to no one in particular. "My apartment has turned into a hospital." With these words he stumbled into the bedroom, knocking over a side table with flowers on his way. Madeline stood silently looking at her husband's back, reproachfully. "Perhaps that would be the best for everyone," Mrs. Rose said resignedly. "Don't even think about it," Madeline quickly replied. "Keith is just drunk. In the morning, I think he'll regret his words," she thought to herself, "if he even remembers them." "Oh, Madeline, I'm such a burden to you," Mrs. Rose continued to lament. Because of her son's awful behaviour, she often fell into melancholy, and Madeline had to reassure her, as her emotional state directly affected her physical health. Although there was much truth in her mother-in-law's words, Madeline always tried to cheer her up. "No, Mrs. Rose, that's not true," Madeline said with all sincerity. "I enjoy spending time with you. You're like a mother to me." Madeline had lost her own mother at a young age. For a long time, there was no loving woman in her life who could give her advice and warmth. Throughout her conscious life, Madeline had to fend for herself. After marrying Keith, she found a mother figure in her mother-in-law. Initially, their relationship was rather cold, as Mrs. Rose was reluctant to open up to a stranger who had grown up without parents and, in her opinion, had a questionable past. But over time, Madeline won her over with her selfless kindness and care. The idea of sending her mother-in-law to a nursing home seemed outrageous to Madeline, although her husband had mentioned it before, and each time she got angry with him. "What a thing to say in front of your mother," Madeline silently scolded him. She knew that when Keith slept it off and came to his senses, they would have a serious talk. After finishing helping her mother-in-law, she returned to the bedroom. There she was greeted by loud snoring and the stifling smell of alcohol. She grimaced, realising she couldn't sleep next to him. Carefully she opened the window to let in some fresh air and placed a bottle of mineral water by the bed, which Keith would need when he woke up. And indeed, the next morning, Keith had a terrible headache. He immediately grabbed the glass next to him and drank greedily. A series of insistent alarm clocks woke him up, but Keith knew he wouldn't be going anywhere today. He called work, claiming he felt unwell, and asked for the day off. "I know what kind of unwell you mean," the secretary smirked, who had spent the entire evening with him. "Half the office is in the same boat." "Claire, I feel awful," Keith said dramatically. "Cover for me with the boss. I owe you one." In the end, he managed to arrange it and fell back onto the pillow. At that moment, Madeline entered the room, having spent the entire night on the uncomfortable sofa in the living room, and was not well rested. "And what was all that about last night?" Madeline said, frowning. "Why did you come home so late? We agreed you'd be home by 11 at the latest." Sensing what was coming, Keith jumped out of bed and started getting ready. "Darling, I'm terribly sorry," he said hurriedly. "I'm so ashamed, but I'm sorry. I have to rush to work." "You're going to work?" Madeline asked in surprise. "In this state?" "What can I do?" Keith smirked. "I'm the sole breadwinner in this family." With these words, he rushed out. Madeline sighed, as she hadn't managed to say everything she wanted. The conversation had been cut short. As soon as Keith stepped outside, he called the waitress he had met at the corporate event the night before. "Laura, I'm not feeling well," he said theatrically. "I haven't seen you all night, and now I'm suffering from longing. Can I come over?" On the other end of the line, a cheerful female laugh rang out. "Come over. I'll be waiting," Laura said coquettishly. Keith triumphantly raised his arms and got into his car, looking forward to a good day. Meanwhile, at the office, his boss was looking for him. "Claire, should I expect Keith today?"
"Mr. Askey, I was just about to tell you," she smiled. "Keith took a sick day today."
Benjamin nodded. He wanted to discuss the company's development plan for the next month with his subordinate, which was brilliantly prepared. Keith had done this work at home and submitted it in writing. It was excellent. But as soon as he started defending it at the meeting, Keith couldn't put two words together. All this seemed strange to his boss. He began to suspect that his employee was getting help from someone else. Maybe he had a talented economist brother or a genius neighbour whose services he uses. The boss pondered. He had long since lost faith in his subordinate's intellectual abilities and would have fired him if it were not for the fresh and excellent ideas he brought from somewhere. "Claire, do I have any meetings scheduled for today?" Mr. Askey asked.
"Yes," the secretary said, looking at her computer. "The investors are coming at 5 o'clock.
"Great," the boss said. "Then tell everyone that I won't be in the office until that time." He had the idea to check on his subordinate himself by unexpectedly dropping by his house. Benjamin had already come up with a cover story, introducing himself as a colleague and good friend of Keith's. Madeline welcomed him warmly.
"Please come in," she smiled. "Let's have some tea."
Benjamin immediately realised that Keith was not at home and that the sick leave was likely a fabrication. "Thank you, I wouldn't mind," he politely replied.
"To be honest, your visit surprises me a bit," Madeline said, putting the kettle on. "After all, my husband is at work."
"Yes, your husband is a very valuable employee," Benjamin said, taking a sip of the hot drink. "And as far as I remember, his 30th birthday is coming up, so our team wants to give him a worthy gift. That's why I came to consult with you. After all, who knows a person better than their family?"
"That's wonderful," Mrs. Rose said, touched.
"How lucky my son is to have such a wonderful friend." The elderly woman was delighted by this visit. She had been worried that her son's friends were alcoholics and suspicious individuals. However, this polite and decent man had changed her mind. Mr. Askey immediately made a good impression on her. "Ah, if only my Keith behaved like this," Mrs. Rose dreamed. "Keith often talks about you," Benjamin continued, engaging the women in conversation while discreetly surveying the apartment, trying to notice something or someone suspicious.
"Really?"
Madeline smirked. There was a hint of surprise and bitterness in her voice, which did not escape Benjamin's notice. He was good at reading people, and immediately sensed that Madeline was unhappy in her marriage. But he did not dwell on it, as he had come with a different purpose. Madeline seemed to him an open and sociable person, with whom he found it interesting and comfortable to talk. But no matter how many questions he asked her, he could not determine if her husband had an assistant.
"Oh, besides, Keith forgot the documents," Madeline suddenly remembered. "One moment, I'll bring them to you."
At that moment, Benjamin had an unexpected idea that he decided to test. As soon as Madeline handed him the papers, he began to frown. "Is something wrong?" she immediately reacted. "It seems there are a couple of mistakes in the calculations," Benjamin replied.
"That can't be,"
Madeline quickly responded. "And how would you know?" Benjamin smirked. He had already received the answer to his question. Her reaction was more telling than any words.
"I saw how hard Keith worked," she said after a moment's hesitation. "My husband spent so much time and effort on this work. He checked it several times."
"Well, who would have thought that our genius would turn out to be a young woman?" Benjamin thought to himself. "Well, maybe I'm wrong then. I'll check it again." He smiled. Surprise at such a discovery quickly turned into confusion. Madeline was truly a talented economist. He could swear to that. After this observation, he began to ask her more professional questions, receiving excellent answers. He wondered why she was burying her potential. However, as soon as he glanced at Mrs. Rose, who Madeline began to prepare medication for, the questions vanished. A sudden anger towards Keith, who made his wife take care of his sick mother and forgot about her talent, welled up inside him, making his hands clench into fists. He felt even more contempt for his subordinate. "By the way, did your husband mention that we need employees in the office?" Benjamin suddenly asked. "No," Madeline shook her head. "Keith doesn't like to talk about work at home." "You know, I think you would be perfect for the position of a financial analyst," Benjamin continued. At these words, Madeline's heart raced. She remembered how a few years ago she worked in a financial firm and dreamed of reaching this position, but she had to quit. For a moment, she even beamed with joy. "Wouldn't you like to try? I think your candidacy would be considered worthy," Benjamin continued. "I would love to," Madeline said dreamily. At that moment, Mrs. Rose started coughing heavily, and Madeline had to turn to the harsh reality. "What job, Madeline?" she thought. "What will Keith say? And what about Mrs. Rose? Who will take care of her?" 100 pressing questions flooded her mind. "But I will have to refuse," she said regretfully. "I have too many household responsibilities." Madeline looked at the elderly woman. Mr. Askey nodded, pursing his lips. More than anything, he did not want to let go of such a brilliant talent, but he could not insist. Madeline had to agree on her own. "Still, I advise you to think about it carefully," Benjamin smiled. Soon he left. Madeline was left in deep thought. Of course, she was not ready to abandon her home to go to work, but thoughts of self-realization began to fill her mind, making her agonize over missed opportunities. The businessman was not ready to accept her refusal. He wanted to secure this gem for his company, and he almost immediately came up with a plan. The next day, he arrived at the office earlier than usual. "Claire, as soon as Keith arrives, ask him to come to my office," the boss instructed. As soon as Keith stepped into the office, the secretary relayed the order. "What for?" Keith immediately tensed up. "What does he want me for?" But Claire only shrugged, indicating that the boss would explain everything himself. "And what kind of mood was he in?" Keith continued. "In his usual mood." Claire began to get annoyed. "Just go." And Keith headed to the management office, lost in guesses about why he was being summoned. As soon as he approached Mr. Askey's desk, the very report that Madeline had handed over landed in front of him. Keith frowned. He clearly remembered that he had not brought these papers from home. "Thought you could fool me?" The boss squinted, carefully examining his subordinate. "Yes, you were quite talented at passing off your wife's merits as your own, but this can't continue any longer." "But how?" was all the shocked Keith could utter. "Did Madeline tell you everything?" he thought tensely, already anticipating the scandal that would unfold at home today. "That doesn't matter." The boss waved him off. "I have a proposal for you. Tomorrow, Madeline will take your place, and you will take care of your sick mother. Otherwise, I will dismiss you." For a few minutes, Keith was in a state of shock, trying to process what he had heard. "I agree," he said, bewildered. "Excellent," the boss smirked. "I won't keep you any longer." From the boss's office, Keith emerged on wobbly legs. In response to Claire's questions, he merely waved his hand and walked away. To Madeline and Mrs. Rose's surprise, Keith returned home much earlier than usual, around lunchtime. "Why aren't you at work?" Madeline asked. "As if you don't know," he snapped. It was clear that he was very displeased. "Keith, I don't understand," Madeline said anxiously. "What happened?" Then, in a raised voice, Keith recounted his conversation with the boss. Madeline couldn't suppress a happy smile. "What are you smiling about?" Keith growled, even more annoyed. "Did you plan all this deliberately? Did you want to get me fired?" If I had known this would happen, I would never have asked you for help."
"Well, if you hadn't, you would have been fired even sooner," Madeline thought to herself, but she said something entirely different aloud. "I don't know how this happened. I didn't set you up. But if your boss wants me to work for him, then so be it. You said yourself that we need the money." Keith didn't argue with that, although he was very unhappy with how things had turned out. And as soon as Keith looked at his helpless mother, who started coughing heavily again, he became gloomy. The prospect of taking care of her did not appeal to him at all. He seriously considered hiring someone else to do it. Madeline awaited the next day with great excitement. She spent a lot of time in front of the mirror, carefully choosing her outfit. She wanted to look fresh and respectable, befitting the other bank employees. The next day she arrived at work on time. She was greeted by none other than Benjamin, whom she still believed to be a colleague and friend of her husband. "Good morning, Benjamin," she smiled. The secretary nearby almost choked at such audacity and familiarity, but Mr. Askey was not the least bit embarrassed. In fact, he was amused, as he had come up with this cover story himself. "Good morning," he smiled back. "Come with me. We need to discuss some details." When he confessed everything, Madeline's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had been so casual in her conversation with the boss that she felt uncomfortable now. "Although what do I have to do with it? He started it," her inner voice reassured her, and she calmed down a bit. "I must apologise for this charade," Benjamin said, "but I couldn't work with your husband any more. I needed you. I value the reputation of my company very highly, and changes were necessary." Madeline nodded in understanding. Then they discussed the report that Benjamin had liked. Finally, he could get clear answers to all his questions, and now he asked her to present everything to the other employees so they could outline a common plan of action. "I can prepare a presentation and give a talk," Madeline readily replied. "Excellent, get started," the boss instructed. Today's meeting became a real triumph for Madeline. Although it was only her first day at work, she made several useful proposals aimed at development. She even had to engage in a discussion with a more experienced and senior analyst, but Madeline defended her plan with dignity, convincing her colleague, and thus immediately earned the respect of the team. "That was excellent," Benjamin noted at the end of the day. "Keep up the good work." Madeline returned home feeling like she was walking on air. Finally, she felt like she was in the right place, doing what she was meant to do. Upon returning home, she found Mrs. Rose alone. "Where's Keith?" she asked. "I don't know, Madeline," Mrs. Rose sighed. "He left somewhere early today." Madeline's eyes widened. "Mrs. Rose, have you eaten anything today? Did you take your medicine?" She immediately bombarded her mother-in-law with questions, but the elderly woman only sadly lowered her head. It was all clear. Madeline shook her head, becoming even more disappointed in her husband. Despite being exhausted after a long day at work, she found the strength to prepare dinner and spend some time with her mother-in-law to distract her from her sad thoughts. At the end of the day, she literally collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly, completely forgetting that her husband had not returned. Madeline had only worked at the company for a couple of days, but already there was a sense of renewed enthusiasm in its office, as if this consulting machine had received a new impulse and was ready to move forward even faster. Mr. Askey was extremely pleased, as he now had the opportunity to work directly with a talented economist rather than through her incompetent husband. In the midst of another meeting, Madeline's phone rang. Since it was always on silent, it didn't disturb anyone. It was an unfamiliar number, which she usually didn't answer, fearing scammers, but this time she felt uneasy. Something told her she should answer. So she excused herself and stepped into the hallway. "Madeline Rose," a mechanical female voice announced. "Yes, that's me," Madeline replied. "This is the emergency service calling."
The voice on the other end mercilessly informed her. "Your mother-in-law has had an attack, and we are taking her to the hospital." "I'll be there as soon as possible," Madeline gasped. When the call ended, she clutched her head. Her body began to tremble. What she had feared the most had happened. Madeline had a feeling that she couldn't trust her husband, and now, as soon as she left Mrs. Rose alone, she was rushed to the hospital. Benjamin, sensing that something was wrong, followed her into the hallway. "Is everything all right?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "No," Madeline replied in a breaking voice, and then recounted the conversation with the doctor. "You can go. I'll cover for you," Benjamin said confidently, taking the documents from her hands. "And you can use my driver. It will be faster that way." Madeline thanked him and rushed to the hospital. Her heart was pounding wildly, and she felt guilty. Upon arriving at the hospital, she learned that the doctor's prognosis was not encouraging. "Your mother-in-law is currently in the intensive care unit," the doctor said. "We're doing everything possible to save her life. So, please, wait." Hugging herself, Madeline sat down on a bench and waited. The waiting was so agonizing that Madeline couldn't calm down. And what could be worse than waiting, especially when you have to endure it alone? Madeline barely put down her phone. Every minute she dialed her husband's number, as he needed to know what was happening with his mother. "What a pig you are, Keith!" she exclaimed in frustration when she was told once again that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. Keith had deliberately turned off his phone so that no one would bother him. In his life there was a new infatuation named Laura. This young but very feisty waitress had completely captivated him. Keith spent all his spare time with his mistress, of which he now had plenty. At some point, Madeline had enough of useless calling. In a fit of anger, she threw the phone on the floor. "Oh, what a fool I am!" she groaned, looking at the shattered screen. Madeline tried to breathe deeply, at least to try to regain her composure. She had already spent several hours in the hospital, but still hadn't received any news. It was only late at night that a doctor came out to her. "Everything is fine," he said wearily, smiling. "The operation was successful. Your mother-in-law is now sleeping." Madeline exhaled loudly. "Can I see her?" she asked. "Now is not the best time. Better come tomorrow," the doctor recommended. "I understand. I promise not to disturb her. But can I just look through the glass?" Madeline insisted. Finally, the doctor agreed and led her to the ward. Madeline was able to see the elderly woman. Mrs. Rose lay with her eyes closed, and numerous wires were connected to her body, which caused a new wave of anxiety in Madeline, as she had never seen the woman in such a state. Madeline returned home very late. To her great surprise, she saw her boss standing by the door. "Benjamin Askey!" Madeline exclaimed wide-eyed. "What are you doing here?" Judging by his appearance, he had been standing there for quite some time. "You weren't answering my calls," Mr. Askey explained. "So I decided to find out in person how your mother-in-law is doing." Madeline took a deep breath, pulling out her broken phone from her pocket. "I didn't hear them," she said sarcastically. "What happened?" He frowned. "Nothing special, just a nervous breakdown." Madeline waved him off, then let him inside. When they entered the living room, she made tea and told him everything that had happened in the hospital. She didn't hide her doubts about work either. "Sometimes I think that if I hadn't gone to work for you, she would have been fine," Madeline said frankly. "I think I rushed into it." "Don't even think about blaming yourself," Benjamin sharply objected. "You are doing what you do best. And isn't it Keith who should be taking care of his mother?" When the conversation turned to her husband, Madeline just waved her hand. "No, I can't leave Mrs. Rose alone any more," Madeline stubbornly declared, lowering her head. "I'm sorry to let you down, but I can't act otherwise." If something had gone wrong today, I would never have forgiven myself." For a moment, a gloomy silence hung in the air. Each was lost in their own thoughts. Madeline couldn't stop blaming herself for what had happened. And the boss was trying to figure out how not to lose such a valuable employee. "There is a good clinic," Benjamin said. "It has highly qualified doctors and caregivers. I am sure your mother-in-law can receive excellent care there, and then you could continue working." The plan was excellent, except for the financial aspect. And so Madeline just shook her head. "I'm afraid we can't afford it, and I don't think my mother-in-law would want to live there in front of strangers, even if it was a 5-star hotel." She sighed. "First, you can take her home every time you want, on holidays, weekends. And as for your budget, it has nothing to do with it. I am willing to cover all the expenses," the man declared. "I can't accept that." Madeline immediately perked up. Benjamin sighed and approached her, gently squeezing her shoulders. "But you must," he said in a firm but gentle tone, "because it is the only option that will allow you to stay at the company, and I am not going to lose you." Finally, when Mrs. Rose regained consciousness, she was transferred to a rehabilitation centre. There she was given a separate room, a nurse, and a caregiver who monitored her condition around the clock. She also underwent procedures aimed at boosting her immunity. Madeline continued to work for Benjamin. When she arrived at the office, she saw a small box tied with a white ribbon on her desk. Inside was a phone. Next to it was a note. "You should always be reachable." At that moment, her cheeks turned pink and a happy smile played on her lips. If it weren't for Benjamin, she would have completely lost heart. Madeline tried to call her mother-in-law every day and visit her every other day. Despite the good care, Mrs. Rose was still sad, as she missed her daughter-in-law, whom she considered her own daughter. As for Keith, he reacted indifferently and never visited her. Madeline barely restrained herself from telling him everything she thought about him. Mrs. Rose also understood everything. "I wasn't a good mother," she said, shaking her head. Madeline couldn't think of what to say in response. She just squeezed the frail hand in a gesture of support. Finally, her mind was opened. The woman realised that this couldn't continue any longer and filed for divorce the next day. Keith was furious at the news. Firstly, it was a blow to his ego, as he thought he would be the one to leave Madeline. But it turned out the other way around. Since Keith still had access to the company, he was able to come and cause a scandal. "Who do you think you are? Have you seen yourself? I'm the one divorcing you. Got it?" the man shouted. Madeline was shocked. She didn't know how to react to such inadequate behaviour. She just stood there in a stupor. Gradually, curious onlookers began to gather around them. She felt embarrassed. "Keith, stop it!" she said, looking around embarrassed. "Why are you embarrassing yourself? And I want everyone to know what a miserable, low person you are. You circumvented me, took my place, and now you're filing for divorce," continued to lament the bruised husband. Soon the shouting attracted Benjamin's attention. "What are you doing?" Benjamin demanded as he approached. "And how dare you talk to a woman like that, let alone your wife?" "I don't care," Keith snapped. "I quit. Good luck staying in this dump." As he was finally escorted out and the colleagues dispersed, Madeline slumped into her chair and grabbed her head. She was incredibly embarrassed. Her boss, approaching gently, touched her shoulder. "Don't worry," he said in a soothing voice. "You are not responsible for his behaviour." Madeline nodded gratefully, appreciating his support. With Keith's departure, the company entered a dark period. All indicators were dropping lower and lower each day. Partners were inexplicably breaking off relations, and the number of employees was gradually decreasing. Benjamin couldn't understand what was happening. He stayed late in his office every night, checking the accounts, trying to figure out what was going on, but to no avail. This made him extremely nervous and irritable with his subordinates. "I can't take it any more," Claire exclaimed one day. "I quit." Another rat leaving the sinking ship, Madeline thought to herself. Due to the company's significantly reduced profits, Benjamin could barely pay the employees' salaries. As a result, they were leaving in droves to competitors, who were eagerly hiring Benjamin's known personnel. It took Madeline some time to discover the loss of important information. It turned out that before leaving, her husband had taken it with him and shared it with competitors. Keith had long been preparing the Plan B. Due to his numerous mistakes at work, he expected to be fired, so he prepared for this eventuality. Madeline's affairs were also not going well. She had divorced her husband, but he managed to find a good lawyer, so it only took one hearing to leave her without an apartment. No matter how hard she tried to prove that she had invested a lot of money from her savings in it, it was no use. "I give you exactly 1 day to move out of my house," Keith said mockingly. "Otherwise, all your stuff will be thrown off the balcony." "What a lowlife you are," Madeline said, grimacing. "And what was I thinking when I married him? Where did I even see a man in him?" Madeline thought as she packed her things. She found herself in a difficult situation. She had no money to rent a place to live, and no relatives or close friends she could stay with for a few days. So, Madeline couldn't think of anything better than to move into the office. Given that the number of employees had significantly decreased recently, this was possible. Even at night, she thought about how to save the company and restore its former reputation. The worst thing was the captain of the ship, Benjamin, was beginning to lose hope of fixing anything. Madeline noticed how he was increasingly giving up. If, in the first days, the boss frantically tried to do something, now he sometimes didn't even show up at the company. By chance, Madeline witnessed a phone conversation that the boss was having. "I understand everything," he said wearily, sighing, "but I can't come earlier. I have to work. Otherwise, I will lose everything." The tone of the conversation alarmed her. She involuntarily started listening. "Be stricter with the boys. I don't want them to sit on everyone's neck," Benjamin added before hanging up. Due to an awkward movement, Madeline knocked over a nearby vase and it crashed to the floor, revealing her presence. "I'm sorry," she stammered. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It just happened." But Benjamin didn't care. He had so many problems right now that this innocent episode was the least of his concerns. Benjamin didn't want to be alone. He suggested that Madeline have tea with him, to which she agreed. She was also having a hard time and was only too happy to listen to someone else and, at the same time, unburden her soul. Benjamin told her that he was raising 2 sons, twins alone. They were 7 years old. Recently they had been having constant conflicts, which made the boys upset, and they didn't want to talk to him. And Benjamin felt like a terrible father who had to juggle between his children and his failing business. And now he was talking to their nanny. She was complaining about the boys' bad behaviour. "Where is their mother?" Madeline asked. "She left us a few years ago. She ran off to France with my best friend," Benjamin said simply, to which Madeline only sighed meaningfully. They were silent for a while before the man spoke again. "I should be honest with you," Benjamin said when the tea had already cooled. "Things are bad. You probably understand that yourself, so I don't want to keep you. If you decide to leave, I will understand. With your abilities, you will quickly find a good job." However, instead of running from the sinking ship, Madeline took his hand and spoke firmly. "Never! I will stay with you, and we will fix everything." Now it was her turn to support him. For a moment, Benjamin's eyes lit up. He saw before him not just a talented employee, but a strong, brave woman who was loyal to him. Her belief in a better future charged him with energy, not allowing him to give up.
"Maybe you're right,"
Benjamin almost whispered, squeezing her hand in response. "Maybe there is still a reason to fight." While they desperately tried to resist fate and prevent the company from financially going bankrupt, her former mother-in-law, on the contrary, was giving up. Even though her vital signs were improving, her emotional state remained heavy. Mrs. Rose was in a state of deep melancholy. She reflected on her entire life and came to the sad conclusion that she had not fulfilled herself. She was very upset about her son, into whom she had once put all her efforts, and who now was not even worthy of her slightest attention. So with each passing day, she lost more and more of her will to live. And on the first day of winter, when severe frosts hit, Mrs. Rose had an attack. An hour later, she passed away. Madeline could only gasp, "No!" as tears welled up in her eyes. She was overcome with hysteria right there at work. Benjamin, who was nearby, immediately embraced her, offering his support. Madeline clung to him like a lifeline. She felt that if she let go now, she would surely faint. When she finally arrived at the hospital to take care of all the funeral arrangements, a young nurse approached her and handed her a note. "Mrs. Rose asked me to give this to you after she'd gone," the girl said, before expressing her condolences and leaving. Furrowing her brow, Madeline began to read. In the note, her former mother-in-law confessed that she had no material possessions to bequeath to her children, so she saw no point in using the services of a notary and decided to say everything in this message. Mrs. Rose wrote that she had a jewellery box hidden in the countryside, in the place where her childhood home once stood, where she was born and raised. The elderly woman very much wanted these jewels to belong to Madeline after her death. "I can never thank you enough for everything you've done for me, but I hope this jewellery box can help you someday." After finishing reading, Madeline felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was overwhelmed with grief for the woman she considered her mother, but on the other hand, this inheritance could indeed help her now. Without wasting a moment, Madeline set off to the specified address. It took her half a day to reach the jewellery box. However, she did not regret it. As soon as she found the old house, her heart ached. Time had taken its toll, leaving only ruins of this house. Yet once upon a time, life bustled there, and everyone was happy. No wonder Mrs. Rose remembered this place with great warmth. Finding the jewellery box was easy. It was hidden behind the house under a tree. Madeline carefully wrapped it in a cloth and placed it in her bag. She knew what she had to do next. A few days later, a pile of money landed in front of Benjamin. He looked at Madeline in surprise. "What is this?" he asked. "This is our chance to start over," Madeline smiled, and her eyes sparkled triumphantly. She decided to sell the most part of the jewellery to prevent the company from going completely bankrupt. "No, I can't accept this," Benjamin protested, raising his hand. "But you must," Madeline said, repeating his own words from a few months ago. Thus, thanks to this money, Benjamin and Madeline had the resources to give their competitors a worthy response. They were able to pay off all their debts and also attract new investors. Gradually, things started to improve, and within a few weeks, they were able to hire new staff. Many of the specialists who had left wanted to return, but Benjamin gave them a firm and unyielding no. He did not give second chances, believing that anyone who betrayed him once would surely do it again. Madeline agreed with him. Within the first month after the reorganization of the company, they were able to break even. Then Madeline was appointed as Benjamin's deputy. However, this was only on paper. In fact, they became partners who made all decisions together. And they made a stunning tandem, not only professionally, but also personally. The spark that ignited at their first meeting began to burn even brighter. Both Benjamin and Madeline had long felt this attraction. But there were so many problems between them that they could not give in to their feelings. Nevertheless, they were always there for each other, being a support and a shoulder to lean on. After 6 months, they were able to bring the company to a new level. It became even more successful than before. Apparently, to soar high, you need to fall hard first, Benjamin noted after it became known that they had managed to increase profits manifold. Gradually, Madeline's life began to stabilise. From an unhappy housewife, she became not only a successful, but also a beloved woman. She never forgot to whom she owed it all. The grateful daughter-in-law often visited her mother-in-law's grave, bringing her favourite white roses and sharing everything that was happening. "How I miss our conversations," Madeline said, sitting on a bench. She used to visit the grave every week, and one day found an unexpected guest there. It was Keith, although it was difficult to recognise him. Emaciated, overgrown, pale, he had become a shadow of his former self. Approaching closer, she heard her ex-husband crying. His entire appearance resembled a beaten and unwanted dog. "Keith?" Madeline asked softly, not believing her eyes. He immediately turned to her and wiped away his tears. "Yes, it's me." It was clear that he had hit rock bottom. He had no one left to turn to for help or even just to talk to. So Keith came to his mother's grave, the only person who had always loved him. At that moment, Benjamin appeared, who always picked up Madeline from the cemetery. Of course, Madeline's ex-husband was not pleased to see his ex-boss, and he realised that he had no chance of reconciling with Madeline. There was already another man by her side, so he began to beg for his job back. However, his former boss remained unyielding. "No second chances," he hissed before taking Madeline by the hand and heading to the car. But Madeline was not as categorical. She felt sorry for Keith. She even decided to give him the remainder of the inheritance. After all, that jewellery box belonged to his mother, and it turned out that Keith had a full right to it. "Are you sure?" Benjamin did not understand her generosity. "After all, you suffered a lot because of him, as did his mother. Are you willing to forgive and help?" Unlike her husband, Madeline knew how to forgive. She seriously decided to transfer part of the jewellery to her ex-husband, mainly because she herself considered it the right thing to do. "Thank you," Keith sincerely thanked her. "Now everything will definitely be different. I have changed. I understood everything. I won't repeat past mistakes to find myself at the bottom again." Keith had indeed re-evaluated his life during this time. He realised that he had behaved terribly towards his loved ones. He was tormented by guilt and could not sleep at night. And then, to find solace, he went to church. He prayed and talked to the priest, and he also donated the money to a charity fund. In this way, he wanted to atone for his sins before his deceased mother. After a few months, Madeline married Benjamin. She became a wonderful mother to 2 mischievous twins who loved her from the first day. Their father was worried that there might be problems, since he himself had not been getting along with them lately. But fortunately everything was fine. Madeline was able to surround them with love and care, which the boys had been lacking. That's how Madeline found happiness. And half a year after the wedding, she found out she was pregnant. This was so unexpected, as Madeline was completely satisfied with raising her husband's children from his first marriage. But this pregnancy still brought immense joy to everyone. "I think it will be a girl," Benjamin said one day, stroking his wife's belly. "Do you want a daughter?" Madeline smiled, as she was absolutely indifferent to the gender of the future baby. She just wanted the child to be born healthy. "Yes," her husband confessed. "She will be just as beautiful, strong and smart as her mother." Perhaps it was a premonition, or Benjamin's strong desire. But a few weeks later, when the couple went for an ultrasound to find out the gender of the baby, they were told it was a girl. And at that moment, they felt like the happiest people in the world. Winter arrived suddenly in a small north town, as it usually does. Just yesterday, Anna was squinting from the bright sun, filtering through the bare branches, jumping over dried puddles and enjoying the good weather. Today, however, the sky was covered with a thick grey blanket, pouring tons of white flakes onto the city and all its inhabitants, and yesterday's puddles had turned into treacherous ice patches, hidden under a layer of fresh snow. Anna looked out the window sadly and thought only about how to get home quickly, make herself a hot tea, wrap herself in a blanket, and temporarily escape the surrounding chaos by immersing herself in the happy, fictional world of another TV series. Anna's own life, that of a young, attractive woman, was far from a TV series. At best, it resembled a low-budget one, with the most ordinary script. At 36, Anna could boast of little more than a degree she had once received at the university. Thanks to this diploma, she had secured a job as a technologist at one of the local enterprises, where she had worked ever since. 9 years ago she met Stephen, a handsome and talented guy dreaming of a musical career. Saying the girl fell in love at first sight would be an understatement. Their romance ignited like a Bengal light. Steve courted her beautifully, dedicated ballads to her, and constantly arranged romantic surprises. Anna didn't mind at all that Stephen's pockets were always empty. She saw immense talent in him and was ready to help in any way she could. Anna had high hopes and expectations for their marriage, but after a couple of years of living together, she realized that most of them would never come true. Stephen, whom she loved madly, turned out to be far from the prince he had seemed at the beginning of their relationship. He was an extremely ambitious, rarely able to communicate without raising his voice, couldn't stand criticism, and often slammed the door if the terms of cooperation even slightly differed from his demands. In a few years of living together, Stephen had only managed to sell his compositions successfully a few times, completely giving up further rights to them. More often he performed in some run-down bars, at punk concerts, spent summers near one of the city squares with his guitar, and in winter he would lock himself in a small room of their rented apartment, equipped as a sound recording studio. Entry there was forbidden even to Anna. When Stephen was working, he couldn't be distracted. Any casual word or knock on the door would set the man off. Over 9 years, Anna had learned this rule and didn't interfere unnecessarily. She herself didn't know why, but she believed that one day her husband would achieve his goal and become a renowned musician. But time passed and nothing changed. Stephen was stuck in a state of perpetual creative crisis. More and more often, he would lock himself in his room with a beer. Anna knew very well that the guitar was gathering dust in the corner, just like the beat machine she had given him for the last New Year. The same fate befell the microphone, some fancy speakers, a drum kit, and much more. With her salary, Anna couldn't always afford such expensive purchases. Some of them were bought on credit. Stephen himself didn't work. He claimed that his genius deserved more than a job at a factory, a bar counter, or, God forbid, delivering groceries. Strangely enough, Anna agreed with him. She did everything to ensure that her beloved's talent did not fade. She continued to buy the musical instruments he asked for, paid for his trips to creative gatherings, and didn't burden him with paying for groceries, utilities and other expenses. Anna denied everything for herself, rarely updated her wardrobe, saved on cosmetics, and couldn't even remember the last time she used perfume. She was up to her ears in debt. Her colleagues shook their heads, hinting that pulling the family alone was not the best decision, especially with a healthy man around. But she had gotten used to it. This way of life had become deeply ingrained in her, becoming not just a habit, but something natural and inseparable. Anna told herself that this was true love, sacrifice, compassion, and what filled her life with meaning. It didn't matter that it was hard, because at home there was always someone ready to hug her if she felt bad, or cheer her up if she was sad. Getting out of her office, Anna shivered from the cold and pulled up the collar of her thin coat. "Wow, it's freezing," she thought, shocked. "It must be around 10 degrees. And look at all this snow. Is this all of it? Winter. Well, in this coat I'll freeze to death, and I didn't even wear a thick scarf today. Oh well. I'll quickly run to the bus stop, and then I'll warm up on the bus." The woman headed towards the bus stop. The roads were chaotic. The sudden snowfall, as usual, paralysed all movement. At the turn, with hazard lights flashing, stood cars that had collided. People crowded on a tiny spot. Apparently the bus hadn't come for a long time. Anna checked the transport app to see the schedule. According to it, the bus should have arrived in a couple of minutes. However, it didn't come even after 15 minutes. Some people gave up and called a taxi, others continued to wait, and some decided to walk. Anna was freezing. The wind penetrated under her coat, trying to get into the sleeves and collar. Trying to warm up somehow, Anna swayed slightly. When more than 40 minutes had passed, the woman decided not to wait any longer and walk. That was a mistake. As soon as Anna moved about 200 meters away from the stop, the bus finally arrived. The woman ran back, but she slipped on an icy puddle hidden under the snow and fell into a snowdrift, painfully hitting her elbow. Some woman helped her up, but the chance was missed. With its rear lights flashing, the bus disappeared into the snowy evening darkness. Anna even cried out of frustration. Waiting for the next one was pointless. Obviously, due to the bad weather, the transport was running with significant delays, and the schedule was useless. Limping through the snowy slush, Anna slowly made her way home. "At this rate I'll easily catch a cold," she fumed. "And of course my down jacket is completely worn out. I've been wearing it for 6 years already. The zipper's broken and the fabric on the sleeves is worn out. It's not a jacket, it's a disgrace. I planned to buy a new one in the spring. There were sales in the summer, but I missed it. What an idiot. No, I need to solve this problem urgently. Money is tight, but I won't even make it to work like this. And soon the frosts will be even stronger. Of course, I could change the zipper on the old jacket, but how much longer? I could stop skimping on myself. Why do we always buy new things for Stephen every year? But I don't even notice that I have nothing to wear myself. He just sits at home. There are already about 10 of these jackets in the closet." Somehow, making it home, the woman rushed into the entrance and leaned against the radiator by the mailboxes. Warmth slowly spread through her body. Although there was no wind here, Anna called the elevator and went up to her floor. "I'm home," she shouted, opening the door. "Good for you," Stephen grumbled, appearing in the doorway. "Have you seen the time? Where have you been?" "Stephen, I'm so cold," Anna whispered, her teeth chattering. "I even had to walk part of the way. You should have seen what's happening outside. The transport has completely stopped." "Oh, for God's sake, why do you always attract problems?" Stephen retorted. "I don't attract anything. Anything can happen in life. If I had waited for the bus, I would have frozen to death first, and who knows how long it would have taken to get home. At least I warmed up a bit this way." "Well, you always have some problems," Stephen grumbled. "Are you serious? I'm freezing. Can you make some tea?" "Make it yourself," Stephen scowled. "I have a recording session. and I've been on pause for too long already." "What recording session?" Anna asked, annoyed. "Stephen, are you playing again? We agreed that you wouldn't get distracted by the console for at least a week." "I need this. I explained to you that this is how I relax, and my brain starts working better. By the way, I almost composed a great song today." "Almost," Anna sneered. "And what prevented you from finishing it?" "I was worried about you. You could have called and said you were running late, and I couldn't find a place for myself, so I went to play the game." "And you didn't think to call yourself if you were so worried?" "I didn't want to distract you, Anna, but you know how anxious I am. I even managed to get upset with you. Okay, I'll make the tea so you don't get angry, and you prepare dinner. I'm so hungry." "What do you mean?" Anna asked, frowning. "You've been home all day, and I couldn't even prepare dinner?" "All the products are here. What stopped you?" "You know I can't cook," Stephen said, offended, "and it's not a man's job anyway." "Listen, you're out of line." Anna suddenly got furious. "I can't even come up with excuses for you anymore. Is it so difficult to boil some pasta or make some cutlets? I'm not asking you to cook soup, bake a leg of lamb or any other delicacies. I'm tired. I'm freezing in a thin coat, and you didn't even hug me when I came home. You met me with complaints, didn't even offer tea. Are you okay? Cooking and cleaning are my responsibilities. I bring money into the house. And I have to walk on tiptoes. You play to relieve your stress, and who will restore my nerves? Let me sit down at the console now and see what happens." "Anna, what's gotten into you?" Stephen was taken aback. "I just miscalculated a bit. I'll do everything now. Just boil the pasta yourself, okay? I promise that starting tomorrow, I will prepare dinner for us. I'll learn from videos and internet recipes." "Always your tomorrows." Anna sighed heavily. "You should think about work. You're a grown man and you're sitting on my neck. I'm not made of iron, you know. There are plenty of options. You can even get a job as a labourer at our enterprise. They'll teach you everything." "To the factory?" Stephen scowled. "Anna, I can't go to the factory. It's degrading. A creative person can't go there." "Degrading, you say? In your opinion, it's normal for the wife of such a creative and versatile person as you to work at the factory? And it's okay that I have to work for two, and that you can relax here in warmth and comfort? Okay, then let's not go to the factory. There are plenty of other options. And I'm not asking you to work full-time, but at least consider part-time options. You just don't want to. Okay, let's go to the kitchen. I need to warm up urgently. I'll fall if I don't." By the evening, the spouses had forgotten about the conflict. Anna warmed up, ate, and came to her senses as soon as she snuggled up to her husband lying on the couch. "Listen, Steve," she suddenly said. "I didn't take an extra shift tomorrow. It's Saturday after all. I'm so tired of working with only one day off a week. Yes, I understand we need money, but if I continue like this without a break, I'll just collapse. And I need to go to the city tomorrow. There's a good store in the centre. They have down jackets on sale. I froze to the bone today. It's not an option to walk in a coat, especially since they're predicting frost next week. I'll have to tighten our belt a bit. There's no money at all, but without warm clothes, I won't even make it to work. So this is a necessity, not a whim." "What do you mean, tighten our belt?" Stephen propped himself up on his elbow. "Well, I mean we will have to save on groceries, for example. And I suggest not repaying some of your subscriptions for now. We can do without music for a month, and you can drink less beer. I don't know. I've already calculated. It should be enough for everything, but we need to cut out all the extras." "What do you mean, cancel subscriptions? Do you think I sit here all day watching series? By the way, the most expensive subscription is to music program, and I can't do without it. All the good plugins and instruments are there." "You're not listening to me, are you?" Anna looked at her husband from under her brow. "I'm telling you, it's temporary. You can write music without any programs. For now, make drafts and then pay and do whatever you need." "You just don't understand." Stephen got angry. "I'm struggling here within 4 walls, and you're suggesting I cut the budget even more. Why the hell do you need this down jacket? Last year's isn't good enough." "First of all, it's not just last year's," Anna began to explain patiently, although she was already boiling inside. "It's 6 years old. Secondly, I'm freezing in it. Do you want me to die in bed with a fever?" "Well, the sick leave is paid anyway." "Are you completely stupid? What does sick leave have to do with it? And what will I wear in January? The same thin coat? Oh, of course, I can take one of your 10 useless jackets." "Are you kidding? They're 3 sizes too big for you. Don't embarrass yourself. Those are my jackets." Anna was stunned by such insolence. She looked at her husband for a long time, her lips tightly pressed together, and then something clicked in her head. The woman freed herself from his embrace and silently headed to the kitchen. "Hey, Anna, where are you going?" Anna stopped and turned around. Catching his gaze, Stephen shuddered. Usually light green, Anna's eyes were now dark, somewhat dull emerald, and seemed to see through everything around. "What happened?" "What happened, you ask? I will tell you now. How dare you even say anything to me? Who are you, anyway?" "Good Lord, have you lost your mind?" the man recoiled. "I'm Stephen, your husband." "No," Anna widened her eyes. "You are anyone but my husband. A husband would not wipe his feet on his own wife. He would not see her as a servant and a maid. He would not offer her to warm up with layers of sweaters when there is nothing to wear. He would not endlessly drain money from her for his stupid whims. He would not forget to make her tea if she is late, and he certainly would not make her work around the clock to pay for food, apartment, and his clothes. And do you know what a husband does? Do you know? At the very least, he hugs his wife after a hard day, warms her, asks how she is. He cooks his own dinner if he is hungry and she is not home for some reason. He does not whine that he needs to pay for some useless subscription from her wallet. And most importantly, do you know what is most important, Stephen? You're silent. It seems you really have no idea. And the most important thing, husband, is that a good husband would not sit on his wife's neck for years, avoiding any work just because he thinks he is a great genius that ordinary mortals are not even allowed to look at. Anna, have you lost your mind? Shut up already, Anna screamed. No one gave you the right to speak now. I have endured for so many years, obediently eating all the nonsense you successfully fed me, not noticing the mockery of those who saw how you treated me like an animal. When was the last time you brought any money home, huh? Don't remember, neither do I. Imagine that. I don't remember because I am the one working for two. You have latched onto me like a tick and take everything without giving anything in return. Or what do you give? Blink your pretty eyes, drag me to bed. Believe me, I can do without all of that. Do you even know how much debt I have on my credit cards? And did I spend a single penny of it on myself? All on your endless guitars, drums, sneakers that gather dust on the shelves because you do nothing but play and drink beer. I have no friends, no hobbies, not even a damn lipstick. But I have you and a pile of debt. No, Stephen, I've had enough. Anna, what are you freaking out about? Is all this because of the jacket? Fine, go get it tomorrow. I could even come with you. Even, Anna laughed. Even? Go to hell. That's it, my dear. You've gone too far. Pack your things and get out. I don't want to see or know you any more." "I'm not going anywhere," the frightened man muttered in a colourless tone, not expecting such words and behaviour from his wife. Anna had always been calm and patient. That made her even more terrifying now. It was as if she were a completely different person. "Anna, let's calm down. You're saying all of this for nothing. Believe me, you'll regret it later." "I'll regret it," the woman laughed. "Oh, don't make me laugh. You seem to have gotten used to living on Easy Street." "But I am not your mummy who will provide a comfortable life for you. I want to live for myself too. And thank God I froze so much today. Finally, my mind sobered up in this cold, and now I see everything clearly, without the rose-coloured glasses you so diligently kept on my eyes. I'm filing for divorce right away." "I won't give you a divorce," Stephen objected. "Really? Who will even ask you? We have no children, no joint property. You can take your crappy guitars with you. I don't need them. I will pay for them myself. Everything I owe to the bank. Oh, by the way, the debts are split in half during a divorce, dear hubby. So that's even better. And now pack your things and get out." "No," Stephen smirked. "You know what? I get it. You're just having a fit. Go to bed and we'll talk tomorrow with a fresh mind. I promise I'll find a job, if that's what you want." "Here we go again. Don't want to leave? Fine, I'll leave myself," said Anna, and turned to the door. "I won't let you go." The husband shook his head. "Where will you go? It's night outside." "I'm not asking you. If you try to stop me, I'll call the police. And now, don't bother me." The woman grabbed a large sports bag in the hallway and started throwing everything she could find into it. Several times, Stephen tried to stop her, but Anna pushed him away, surprised at her own strength. When her things were packed, she changed and went out into the hallway. With sadness, Anna looked at her thin autumn coat, then turned her gaze to Stephen, who was silently sitting on the couch and didn't dare look at her. The woman smirked, wrapped a warm scarf around herself, pulled on a thick knitted hat, and slammed the door. Already downstairs, she sent her husband one last message. "Rent is due in a week. Don't even think I'll come back. Figure it out yourself." Closing her eyes, she stepped out onto the street, into nowhere. Heavily trudging through the snow-covered sidewalk, Anna cried, but the tears dried instantly from the cold, biting wind. She didn't know where to go, where to sleep, or what to do next. The woman had no friends. She couldn't go back to her hometown, to her parents. She would have to hurriedly quit her job, let people down. And what would she do there? The only person she could turn to now was her boss, Sarah. Anna had known this woman for many years. Although their relationship was strictly professional, her boss always supported her, taught her a lot, and never turned her back when Anna asked for help. True, this help usually concerned work situations or, at most, money. What will I tell her? Anna thought. It's almost midnight. It's inconvenient to call her now, let alone ask to stay the night. But I can't sleep on the street. A hotel is too expensive. Yes, I have money set aside for rent, but it will only last for a week in a hotel. And I need to buy that damn jacket urgently. Anna turned into a 24-hour fast food joint, got herself a cup of tea, and sat in a corner. When her hands warmed up a bit from the cold and her nerves calmed down from the hot drink, she dialed her boss's number. Sarah was very surprised to hear her subordinate's voice on the other end of the line. "What happened? You're calling so late. I decided to come in tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Sarah," Anna began, but she couldn't finish and burst into tears over the phone. "Good Lord, Anna, what's wrong?" the woman said in alarm. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry," Anna sobbed. "I had a terrible quarrel with my husband. I'm sitting in a cafe now. I don't know where to go. I left him. You see, I can't take it anymore. I've endured for so many years, but today something finally broke." "Now calm down," Sarah said sternly. "You did the right thing. It was long overdue. It's a shame you acted so rashly, without preparing a way out, so to speak. But sometimes you have to gather your willpower and decide. Where are you now?" "Let me call you a taxi. You'll come to my place, tell me everything, and then we'll decide what to do next." Half an hour later, Anna stood in the hallway of her boss's apartment, looking down. "Good Lord, your coat is so thin," Sarah exclaimed. "And you're sniffling. It looks like you're getting sick. All right, quickly to the kitchen. My husband is sleeping. We won't wake him up. We'll talk quietly." Anna obediently took off her coat and tiptoed into the kitchen. "So tell me," Sarah asked, rustling a pack of tea, "how did you end up like this?" The playful tone of Sarah and the thick aroma of some berries and herbs emanating from the teapot calmed Anna a bit. "It's all because of the jacket," the young woman sighed. "I was so cold today and just told him that we would have to save on food and expenses for a couple of weeks. And he looked at me so indifferently. I've never seen that before. Or maybe I just didn't notice it earlier." "Oh dear, when was the last time you were in a beauty salon? Or on vacation? Do you even know how many days you have accumulated? It's none of my business to interfere in someone else's life, but what's happening to you is wrong." "I already understand that, and it's a shame that only today—" Anna sighed. "But now it's over. I know for sure that I won't go back." At that moment the phone rang, displaying Stephen's number. Anna automatically reached for it, but then pulled her hand back. "See?" Sarah pointed her chin at the smartphone. "He doesn't seem to think so. Don't you dare answer." "I wasn't planning to," Anna muttered. "Let him suffer. He knows very well that I have nowhere to go, and probably thinks that I will clear my head and come back soon. He is right about one thing. I really have nowhere to go." "All right." Sarah shook her head, pouring more herbal tea into Anna's cup. "Drink, drink. My son brought these herbs from the mountains. They're fresh. He travels a lot around the country. He's a geologist, by the way. Anyway, that's not relevant. Anna, you did the right thing. Don't regret anything. Tell me, do you have any money?" "A little. I have enough for the rent and some left from my salary." "All right then. Tomorrow you will buy the jacket you wanted. Don't touch the rest for now. You might need it later. You can stay with me for now." "Oh, I couldn't." Anna waved her hands. "I'll rent a room tomorrow." "Don't even think about it. I have a spare room. My son's room is empty anyway. You can stay in it for now. He won't be back from his expedition for a while. And you also need to recover. Starting Monday, you'll go on vacation." "What vacation? Sarah, are you serious?" Anna was horrified. "The most ordinary one. Although yes, you've probably forgotten what that is. It's on your schedule anyway, so don't worry about the paperwork. There are others who can work. You'll have a proper rest, recover, and then you'll return to your duties with a fresh mind. You won't be of any use anyway while you're so upset about leaving your husband. Don't forget that he won't let you go easily either. He's a parasite. Without his provider, he'll do anything to get his comfortable life back, and women don't always act rationally when it comes to men. You might give in, and everything will start all over again." "I won't give in," Anna protested. "But you're right, Stephen has the brains to chase after me, especially since he has no money to pay for the apartment, and the food in the fridge will run out soon." "That's not your problem anymore," Sarah smiled softly. "The more time you spend without him, the easier it will be. And it's best to change your phone number so he won't bother you. It's better if you just disappear. If he comes to your work, I'll warn the security at the entrance that you won't work there anymore. So, starting today, you live here. And don't worry, you're not burdening anyone. My husband Neil is disabled. He's always home, but he hardly ever leaves his workshop. And he's a good person. He won't be against you. On the contrary, he'll enjoy the company. You'll like it here. You can even rent this room later if you feel uncomfortable living for free. although I certainly don't need that. What about your son? Roy? Don't worry about him at all. He has his own apartment, but it's empty. He's always travelling, and when he comes back he stays with us because he doesn't like living alone. He knows he's always welcome and loved here. Don't worry, he won't kick you out. He'll sleep peacefully at his own place. He's a reasonable person. He'll understand. All right, Anna sighed. But I'll still try to find a place to live as soon as possible. In the morning, Anna woke up to a magical aroma wafting from under the door. It smelled like sweet pastries. Her stomach growled traitorously. Good Lord, it's so awkward to take advantage of someone's kindness, she thought. It's even embarrassing to leave the room and look Sarah in the eye. And I'll have to explain to her husband who I am and what I'm doing here. Oh well, I'll have to endure it for a little while. I'll move out at the first opportunity. Currently, though, I should rest and get my thoughts in order. After getting dressed, Anna left the bedroom and immediately bumped into Sarah in the hallway. Oh, you're already up. I was just coming to wake you. I'm sorry I slept so long. I don't even know why. Usually I wake up at 8 at the latest, even on weekends. Stop apologising for everything. Here, you're a guest, in a way. Allow yourself to relax. We'll take care of the rest with my husband. By the way, let's go to the kitchen quickly. Neil is eager to meet you. And the pies are ready. Anna followed the hostess into the kitchen. Neil was sitting sipping tea and reaching for another pie. Good morning, Anna smiled at him. Good morning, dear guest. Neil waved to her. Only now did Anna notice that one of his eyes was covered with a bandage. Don't be embarrassed, Sarah smiled. What kind of pies do you like? These are with cabbage, these are with apples, and those are with fish. Oh, I like all kinds, Anna laughed. It's so unusual for someone else to cook and not me. You'll get used to the good life quickly, said Neil. Sarah won't let you work in the kitchen. She's the queen and the boss here. Look how thin you are. My dear wife will fix that quickly. Thank you. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes. I didn't expect anyone to care about me. Oh, come on, said Sarah, placing her hand on Anna's shoulder. My dear girl, stop demeaning yourself and thinking you're worthless. You are a good person and a fine professional. Over the years of our acquaintance, I have seen this time and again. Put an end to your self-pity. Now, let's have breakfast, and then we'll go together to get your jacket. I'm all done, laughed Neil. Thank you, Sarah, for such a hearty meal. I'll head to my place, and you two can chat here for a while. I'll have plenty of time to speak with the young lady later, so please excuse me. Duty calls. When Neil left, Anna looked questioningly at her boss. If it's not a secret, what does Neil have to do on a weekend? Ah, that old pirate, Sarah squinted. Don't pay him any mind. He'll spend the morning in his workshop, building his ships. He might show you later, if he'd like to. He's been into modelling for about 12 years, ever since he retired due to disability. He used to be a captain on a cargo ship. His whole life was spent at sea, but after an accident when he lost an eye, he had to retire. It doesn't bother him, but the sea never lets him go. Neil makes model sailboats to order. It keeps him busy and brings in some extra money for the family. Our son Roy took after him, with the same passion for adventure since childhood. He studied to be a geologist and now sails the northern seas, working for some oil and gas company. Some day I'll introduce you two. Roy's a good guy. He was married once, but that woman can't stand her husband always being away. I was like that once. I wouldn't see Neil for half a year at a time, but I got used to it, and Roy will find the right woman for himself some day. Everyone has a soulmate out there. I'm not so sure about that soulmate thing, sighed Anna. I spent 9 years with my husband, truly believing he was the one. I thought he was a real genius, even if unrecognised. I was ready to do anything just so he could create. But it turned out he was just a lazy man taking advantage of me. It's not your fault. Your Stephen is just a skilled manipulator. Yes, you allowed him to use you, didn't set boundaries in time, and all that. You should have kicked him out as soon as you realized you were being taken for granted. I know how hard-working and determined you are. You need a man who matches you, so find a way to forget your husband quickly. First, don't delay the divorce. But I still love him, Anna said despairingly. Maybe he'll learn from this and find a job. Don't even think he'll find a job and change now. People don't change. That's a fact, especially at his age. You might influence a child or a teenager, but not a 35-year-old man. Yes, he might change some habits for a while, but as soon as you fall back into his trap, he'll slowly return to his old ways. Believe me, I've seen a lot in my life. You, my dear, deserve better. Love is a mutual feeling. Your Stephen doesn't love you. Otherwise, he would take care of you. What you mistake for love is actually dependence. But how do I get him out of my head? Yesterday I was so angry at Stephen, but now I think I overreacted. You didn't overreact. You did what was necessary. You broke ties with a parasite. Yes, it will be hard at first. The void in your soul will only grow. But you're not weak, Sarah said, stroking Anna's head. You're just afraid of loneliness. But in reality, you were more alone with that man than you are now. The illusions of love and care, the strong shoulder he created to get what he wanted, will gradually fade. Now, you need to find something to fill that void in your soul. Are you suggesting I find someone new? No, Sarah laughed, shaking her head. It's too soon for that. And it's not a given that you need someone at all. Maybe you're meant to be alone but self-sufficient. Some women live for motherhood. But who would I have a child with? And it's too late for me now. I've already raised one for 9 years. And having a child without a loved one is not much joy. Wait, don't rush. Age is not a barrier here. First, find yourself, and then think about a child, so you have something to offer besides material goods. As soon as you find yourself, everything will fall into place. A husband, recognition, and the right environment. And then a child won't be far off. So for now, think about your calling. Being an engineer, even a good one, isn't always a calling. It's your skill, a well-honed, almost flawless skill. I wouldn't trade you for 3 others. But it's not what your soul yearns for. You need a hobby, something that will make you soar, not just making in money. And what does my soul yearn for? How should I know? Sarah laughed. Only you know that. Now you have the time to figure it out. Watch Neil as he builds his ships. His hobby became a lifesaver. Neil gets so absorbed in the process, and he's happy. I see it in his smile and his actions. And you, my dear, need to find what makes you happy. Our world is a reflection of ourselves. If you keep pitying yourself and letting others use you, the world will conform to that. But if you learn to love yourself, the world will love you too. That's the golden rule. And now, let's go get your jacket. Promise me you won't try to save money. Choose the one you like at first sight. Understood? But there you go with but again. As long as you keep finding excuses to deny yourself immediate pleasure, nothing will work out. I've arranged your vacation, so your vacation pay will be coming soon. What better reason to spend it? And don't worry about a roof over your head. You'll soon experience what it's like to live without being harnessed to a plough, just for yourself. Early on Monday morning, after Sarah had left for work, Anna drank her coffee and tried to find something to occupy herself with. She sat in the kitchen, browsing through craft websites, when Neil entered. "Well, how are you doing, young lady?" he asked cheerfully. "I'm trying to figure out what I'm passionate about, following Sarah's advice," Anna replied sadly. "I've never even had a hobby. There are so many ideas online. Publishing, soap making, painting. But I'm not creative at all. I can't do anything. You look at other people's work and realise how talented they are, and I'm just worthless." "Oh, nonsense," the man said, sitting down across from her. "You know, I used to think my hands were only good for the helm. I sailed and sailed. Then, bam, I lost an eye and became disabled. At first, I struggled with idleness. I was used to always being on the move. I sat around for 6 months. Then Roy gave me a model of a battleship for a holiday. It still sits on my shelf. Oh, I struggled with it for a long time. First, I had to glue everything together, then paint it by hand. Want to see it?" "Can I?" Anna's eyes lit up. "Why not?" the man smiled. "Though I rarely let anyone into my workshop. It looks like you need it." Neil gently pushed open the door to his room. The space was filled with sunlight, in which dust particles danced. It smelled of varnish and wood. This scent immediately filled Anna with a sense of peace and joy. The woman looked enchanted at the contents of the shelves filling the space. Sailboats of all kinds proudly displayed their sharp bows. Their hulls gleamed with varnish, and their sails billowed. "How beautiful!" Anna exclaimed, barely breathing. Even speaking amidst all this splendour seemed impolite, unethical. "Did you make all of this?" "This is just a small part," Neil chuckled. "Most of these are for sale, waiting for their new owners. But there are some models I wouldn't part with for any amount of money. Look here." The man led Anna to a small pedestal on which sat a sailboat of remarkable beauty. "This is my Meg, my firstborn. I named her Meg after my mother. Roy didn't even know what his gift would turn into." "Wow, such detail! It must have taken a lot of time to work on it," Anna marvelled. When you enjoy the work, you don't notice anything or anyone around you. But imagine the joy of seeing the result. Yes, I spent about 5 months on Meg. Now it takes a little over a week to assemble one model, not counting drying and polishing. But back then everything was new and a lot didn't work out. But I learned to work with paints, trained myself to be patient, and even set the sails myself. Sarah is happy when I come out of the workshop satisfied and show her my latest creation. Although I know she often grumbles that I sit alone for a long time and don't let her into the process. But creativity is a solitary endeavour. Any noise can interfere with doing it the way you initially wanted. And sometimes it's the opposite. I listen to Sarah's cheerful chatter in the kitchen and an idea comes to mind. The model of a sailboat should be accurate, but over the years I've developed my own style and sometimes allow myself some liberties. People line up for these liberties. "And how much are people willing to pay for such beauty?" Anna asked. "Quite a bit," the man laughed. "But for me, money is not the main thing. You see, when you see the eyes of a satisfied customer, you forget your back hurts from sitting for a long time and your fingers are sore from paints and varnish." "May I try it?" Anna suddenly asked. "Go ahead. I won't trust you with the fine work just yet. But if it turns out well, who knows? Here, sit down. You can varnish the deck on this beauty." Neil sat Anna down at the table and placed a small jar of dark, thick varnish in front of her. "Hold the brush like this, gently, as if it's the most precious thing in your life. Carefully dip it and make long, confident strokes along the entire surface. And don't shake too much. In the worst case, we can wash it off and start over." Anna gently took the brush and started working. At first it didn't go well. The varnish dried quickly, leaving gaps. But under Neil's careful guidance, the work went faster. Anna felt an unfamiliar confidence. But it wasn't just that. The process was like a kind of meditation. With each stroke of the brush, the woman became immersed in the task, forgetting everything else. Her insecurity, sorrows and worries vanished. "See? And you said you're not a creative person. Anna, you're doing very well. I would even say you have a real talent for this. A little practice and you'll surpass me." "Oh, come on," she smiled. "It's just varnish. I could never put together an entire ship." "Why not? Let's try it. I have a simple model right here." The man climbed a small stepladder and took a box from the shelf. "Look, this is an Italian tartana. There's not much work here, but you'll have to deal with some details. Let's glue a few parts now and put them under pressure, and we'll join what we can dry." The process went quickly. When Neil announced that they were done for the day, Anna was almost disappointed. "Don't worry, we can continue tomorrow. You're doing well. So right after breakfast, I'll expect you here. Agreed?" "Of course. I didn't think it would be so engaging," Anna rejoiced. "This is just the beginning." Neil winked mysteriously with his one eye. "Give it time, young lady. I'll make a real captain out of you." Anna came to life. For a whole week, she barely left Neil's workshop. The tartana gradually took the shape of a ship. With each glued plank and each attached mast, the woman's mood improved. She became so engrossed in the process that in the evenings she voraciously consumed any information about ancient sailing ships, their varieties, and history. Neil happily taught her the basics of the craft, while Sarah could only marvel. "I struggled with one, and now there's another." The woman laughed. "Do you like it, Anna?" "I love it," her protege said with a wide smile. "It seems this is precisely what you were talking about. Neil says I have talent. I can't even imagine how I'll go back to work now. And what will I do when I move out of your place?" "No one is chasing you away, dear. Stay as long as you need. And I'm glad you found a hobby. You look like a person now, not a gloomy shadow. Your cheeks are rosy and there's a sparkle in your eyes that anyone would envy. As for work, no more extra shifts. Now, you need to spend all your spare time on yourself, not on making money. You're on your own now. No one is taking money from you. You'll gradually sort out your debts. And if your work takes off, I think you'll have additional income. Right, dear?" "Indeed," the man grunted. "You can't find such a student anywhere. There are many orders and I can't always handle them alone. Together, we can please more clients. So, Anna, it's all in your hands." The next day, Anna entered the workshop as usual and began her work. She enjoyed not only sitting over the tartana model, but also listening for hours to Neil's stories about distant seas, interesting and unusual incidents from his past work. They talked at length about life and people. "Well, I think it's time to promote you to a sailor," the man announced, examining another part Anna had assembled. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Anna froze. The thought flashed through her mind that it was Stephen, who had found her and was now trying to win her back. Shuffling in his slippers, Neil went to open the door. He was gone for a couple of minutes, and then the woman heard approaching voices. She froze again. No, Anna thought. If it was Stephen, Neil wouldn't even let him in the door. And yet... Anna? The host's head appeared in the doorway. Come out for a minute. Taking a deep breath, the girl obeyed and headed into the hallway. Neil stood there, mysteriously squinting, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. At the sight of the latter, Anna's breath caught. He was a tall, dark-haired, handsome man about her age. His face was adorned with a rough stubble and a dark tan, against which the stranger's eyes seemed surprisingly blue and deep. Meet Roy, my son, and this is the lovely young lady, our protégée, Anna. Very pleased to meet you, Anna. Roy greeted her with a deep baritone. I didn't expect that in my absence my parents wouldn't be bored at all. I see, Dad, you even let her into the workshop. Not just let her in, Neil interrupted. Anna is officially my student and is a very promising model maker. Really? The young man squinted. Glad to hear it. I hope you're not too hard on her, Dad. I know your methods. Methods? Anna has talent. I don't need any methods. Got it, Roy conceded, raising his hands. I'm only here for a week. There was a break in the expedition. Sometimes you just want to return to civilization. Mum will be pleased. You should have told us in advance. We could have prepared. What's there to prepare? Roy laughed. The main thing is that you're here. Seeing Anna for a moment, I thought Mum was again trying to find me a wife. Oh, Sonny, don't you go getting any ideas about Anna. She's having a hard time with her divorce. Is that so? All right, I'll keep that in mind. Roy laughed, and Anna blushed deeply. I'll go take a shower then, and we'll chat later. Excuse me, Anna, can I come in? Roy knocked on the door of his bedroom. Oh, Anna blushed. Yes, of course. It's just a bit awkward. This is your room, and you have to ask for permission. It's nothing. The man entered, smiling. It's my fault. I came unexpected. I have my own apartment nearby, but I don't like it. It's empty and cold. Yes, Sarah mentioned that. She also mentioned that you're a geologist. Almost. That's too broad a term. I work in the oil and gas industry, exploring new lands for the presence of useful minerals and the possibility of developing deposits. Wow, that must be very interesting. I've never been to the north or anywhere like that. Although as a child I was always drawn to nature. So what's the problem? Next time I come, let's go on a hike. I love that stuff. You'll get into it quickly. You'll know right away if it's for you or not. I'm not suggesting starting with something grand. For example, White Rocks. The trail is even easy in winter. We can just drive there tomorrow. It's only 50 kilometers away. The main thing is to dress warmly. I can do that, especially since I need to check my jacket. Great, then wake up early tomorrow. The ships can wait. We'll be back by evening. When Roy left, Anna lay for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Inside her, a flock of butterflies seemed to flutter. The company of this young geologist was pleasant to her. The guy seemed to radiate from within, but Anna felt something else as well. She liked Roy from the first moment she saw him. There was something in him that she hadn't seen in any other man she had ever met. The feeling rose from somewhere deep in her stomach and spread through her body as a pleasant warmth. She wanted to sing, dream, and not think about anything. It's a shame that men like him prefer not to tie themselves down with marriage, Anna thought. No wonder, Sarah thought. His work comes first. Besides, he's been married before. He probably avoids women. Oh, what am I thinking? I've only known the guy for one day, and I'm already spinning love tales. He doesn't even like me. So what if he invited me on a hike? Exactly 1 year had passed since Anna left her husband. Not once since then had she regretted her decision. Life began to move rapidly. Suddenly the woman realized that her salary was enough to cover her basic needs and even leave something to pay off her credit card debts. Soon, Anna paid off all her debts quickly. In just 6 months of intense work with Neil, she began earning her first money from selling ship models. The woman continued to work at the factory, devoting her evenings and weekends to her new hobby. 2 months ago, she finally moved out of her benefactor's home. The couple was, of course, a little sad, especially Neil, but they also had reason to be happy. After all, Anna hadn't gone far. She had simply moved in with Roy. It turned out that the feelings were mutual. It only took a couple of trips to nature for the man to confess to Anna that he had felt a kindred spirit in her from the first moment he saw her. However, he didn't propose marriage. But that was even better. Both had painfully gone through divorces, and both sincerely believed that formalities meant nothing to those who felt genuine feelings. Roy was absent most of the time, but when he returned, he showered his beloved with attention and care. And this time was only theirs. As soon as the door closed behind Roy again, Anna could calmly devote herself to her beloved craft. The woman's work quickly gained recognition, to which Neil certainly contributed, but the acknowledgement flattered Anna and gave her the strength to continue, perfecting her skill. Sometimes Anna would take a well-deserved day off. This day happened regularly, once a month, and she dedicated it solely to herself. Usually on such a day off, Anna would get ready as early as possible, dress up and simply go for a walk, stopping at cosy cafes, perfume shops, exhibitions, or just interesting places along the way. This is how she drew pleasure, which, as it turned out, gave her much more energy than just lying on the couch during breaks between shifts. And this leisure time proved beneficial for her creative work. Anna often noticed the unusual in the most ordinary landscapes of her small town, in shop windows and signs, even in road signs. Sometimes she saw special shades of colours in the lipstick samples displayed in the window, and then she would carefully mix pigments to paint the sails, stripes on the hulls of ships, or flags on the deck in something similar. This Sunday morning was beautiful. Anna immediately decided to go to the city centre to get some fresh air and gather new impressions. She applied light makeup, put on a warm knitted dress with elegant stitching, and styled her hair beautifully. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, the woman threw on a fur coat and called a taxi. "Anna!" someone called out to her as she exited the cafe. "Anna, is that you?" The voice seemed familiar to Anna, and she turned around. Standing before her was Stephen. It was definitely him, although he looked much thinner, unshaven, and somehow not the same as the woman had known him before. All his arrogance, haughtiness, and bravado were gone. Anna even felt sorry for him. "Stephen!" the woman exclaimed in surprise. "Well, this is a meeting. It's been a long time since we saw each other." "Indeed, it's been a while," the man smirked. "And you, I see, are only getting better. The coat of yours is gorgeous, obviously expensive, and the handbag, and you've finally learned how to use lipstick." Was that sarcasm just now? Anna looked intently into her ex-husband's eyes. "Not at all, I was just paying you a compliment. It's clear you've found yourself a decent man and are living it up. I doubt you could afford such an outfit on your factory salary. And the cafe, it's not the cheapest. Since when do you even drink coffee? And you, it seems, still haven't found a new victim to support you. You look terrible, to be honest." Anna laughed. "Are you still unemployed?" "I work as a loader part-time and as a night watchman. I have to live on something. Not everyone is lucky enough to snag a rich sugar daddy." "I see. Well, first of all, I'm glad you finally went against your principles and stooped to ordinary human problems. Working is noble, whether it's as a loader, a cleaner, or anything else. Money doesn't stink. And secondly, I don't have any sugar daddy. Over the years of living together, you should have understood that I can't live off someone else. I earned this coat and purse myself. It turns out that you were consuming almost the entire budget. And without you, there's plenty of money left. See, it's enough for decent clothes and even coffee." "And you've improved your appearance too," Stephen whistled. "I didn't even realise you were such a beauty." "Listen, are you hitting on me?" Anna asked sharply, stepping back from Stephen. "Well, why not? After all, you're my wife, even if you're my ex. And since you don't have anyone, maybe we should give it another try." "That's funny," Anna sneered. "But what makes you think I don't have anyone?" "You said yourself that there's no sugar daddy." "There's no sugar daddy, but there is someone I love. Truly love. Understand? Someone who doesn't use me, but respects and values me." "Oh, really? And where is he?" the ex-husband asked sarcastically. "On an expedition. He'll be back in a few days. I'll introduce you if you like, though I doubt you'll like him." Proudly lifting her head, Anna descended the steps and walked down the sidewalk without looking back. The light frost pleasantly nipped at her skin, and the freshly fallen snow crunched loudly under her heels. The phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a message from Roy. "I love you, and count the days until my arrival." Anna read aloud. Smiling broadly at the passers-by, the girl walked through the city. It seemed as if the whole world was smiling back at her. "Where did you get pregnant? Go back there," growled the stepmother, glaring menacingly at Thea. Hilary stood in the hallway, hands on her hips, trying to block the corridor with her body. It seemed as though the stepmother had taken a fighting stance, expecting Thea to try to force her way through and break into her former childhood room. Of course, Thea would never do such a thing. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling weak. The journey to the apartment had taken the last of her strength. She leaned against the doorframe, wanting to catch her breath or at least figure out what to do next. December was coming to an end, and with it, the whole year. A year that had brought the inhabitants of the metropolis, and indeed the whole world, both joy and sorrow, love and partings, illnesses and miraculous healings. Thea, a beautiful young woman, looking back, could have called the past year one of the most wonderful in her life. In the snowy fairy tale-like January, she met Ian Keller, and if there is such a thing as love at first sight, then this was surely it. Although sometimes Ian, slyly squinting, would declare that their love had almost sent him to the other world. The thing was, Thea was studying to be a confectioner in culinary school. She was also a volunteer, and when she, as the best student in her course, was offered to participate in a charity evening organised by a local confectionery, she did not refuse. The confectioners at this festival prepared the sweet masterpieces, and the money raised from their sale was sent to orphanages. Ian was brought to this festival by his friend Sam. Sam came to the cafe with his girlfriend Dana, who had been raised in the orphanage. Ian simply wanted to spend the day off with his friends, but the second he saw Thea, he completely forgot about them. The girl, with her grey eyes and a slight blush on her cheeks, looked like a sugar fairy. She had pulled her light brown hair into a high bun, revealing her delicate features. Dressed in a snow-white chef's jacket, biting her lower lip in concentration, Thea was decorating beautiful cupcakes with berries and pieces of chocolate. Ian's feet carried him to her table. He couldn't remember how he managed to eat several cakes just to talk to the wonderful girl, and he completely forgot about his allergy to strawberries. He wouldn't have died from a few berries, but Ian had eaten more than a few. Fortunately, Sam approached the table in time, and seeing his friend's reddening face, raised the alarm. Ian was taken out through the back door so as not to frighten the guests with his swollen face, and was rushed to the hospital to save the hapless Romeo. Later, Ian could not explain why he had not paid attention to the berries, which he had skillfully avoided since childhood. Perhaps it was because he was looking only into the girl's grey eyes, which were like the morning mist or the winter sky. Ian was surprised when the very girl he had been thinking about came to see him in the hospital the next day. Thea, looking embarrassed and even guilty, brought some cakes. "They're strawberry-free," she said, placing the box on the table and tucking a strand of light brown hair behind her ear. "I'm sorry that it turned out this way. I dreamed that people would faint from my desserts, but not literally." "I'm not sorry," Ian blurted out, looking at Thea and feeling his heart constrict under his ribs. "I mean, I didn't dream of spending my weekend on a hospital bed, but it was worth eating strawberries to see you again." Thea laughed briefly, her cheeks flushing again. She shook her head. "Next time, just ask me out on a date. You don't have to risk your life." Ian took her advice. Soon the young couple realized that the concept of kindred spirits was not just an empty phrase. Thea and Ian sincerely felt that they were made for each other. Ian became a ray of light in the darkness that had enveloped Thea. In July, they found out that she was expecting a child from the man she loved. The doctor told the surprised young woman, who was busy graduating from culinary school and dealing with other problems, that the baby under her heart was already more than 2 months old. The pregnancy had been almost imperceptible. Was Thea afraid to tell Ian? No, she was not afraid. However, her excitement made her heart beat faster. After all, Ian's parents did not like her, which complicated the situation. Rather, it was Mrs. Keller who could not stand her, while Mr. Keller treated her with calm indifference. The man was much more interested in work processes than in who his heir was dating. However, Ian was overjoyed when he heard the news. He hugged Thea, wanting to spin her around, but then stopped, afraid of hurting her. "How I love you, Thea," he exclaimed, kissing her face. Thea cried with happiness, offering her cheeks, forehead, and chin for his kisses, looking into his brown eyes and asking, "Are you sure everything will be okay? After all, you're just finishing university, and I'm finishing my school." "I am sure that I love you more than life itself. I am sure that I want to have children with you, and if God willed that the child should come now, then so be it. Don't worry about anything. I will take care of you both." After graduating from university, Ian started working at his father's architectural firm, which he was destined to head one day. And Thea, having finished her studies at culinary school, got a job at a good confectionery. For now, she was just gaining experience, but she dreamed of opening her own little place with sweet pastries one day. In July, Ian, as a birthday present, took his girlfriend to France to admire the Eiffel Tower or stroll through the Louvre. However, in reality, Ian did it so that his sweet-toothed girlfriend could try the very desserts she had dreamed of: meringue, tarte tatin, parfait, soufflé and eclairs. Once Thea could not even dream of this. To stroll along French streets, lavender fields of Provence, or Disneyland, Paris, stuffing herself with croissants and beignets, and holding the hand of her beloved. The trip seemed like a sweet dream. In the last day, when they were sitting in a charming cafe, Ian, blushing deeply, took a small box out of his pocket and proposed to her. He confessed that he had been waiting for the right moment. He thought, like everyone else, of going down on one knee beneath the famous tower, but realized that it was not their place. But here, in this cosy cafe, where French music played softly, and the air was filled with the aromas of coffee, vanilla and sugar, the moment had come. Thea said yes, and gently kissed Ian. They decided to have the wedding a year later, in the summer, when Thea would have already given birth to their child. Neither Thea nor Ian were in any hurry, sincerely believing that they had a long and happy life ahead of them. In August, the groom and bride found out that they were expecting a daughter. Ian, pressing the back of his fiancée's hand to his lips, confidently declared, "I knew it. With a sweet tooth like yours, you could only have a sweet marshmallow princess." The pregnancy progressed smoothly. Ian's parents, though they still disapproved of their son's choice, did nothing drastic. Thea and Ian began living together in a cosy, bright apartment. Thea chose furniture for the nursery, bought toys and lovely dresses. She awaited the meeting with their daughter. Sometimes she would wake up in the morning because the little one was kicking inside her belly, as if eager to meet her mum and dad. Ian would be snoring nearby. The dawn sun would peek at them from behind the curtains. In such moments, Thea would freeze, afraid to even breathe too heavily and scare away the happiness that had nestled in her chest. She couldn't help but wonder if she truly deserved such happiness. One quickly gets used to the good. Happiness no longer seemed fragile to Thea. She believed that all of this was forever. However, then December came. The grey, gloomy sky seemed to hang low over the city, breathing moisture and cold onto it. There was no snow. It rained, and the winds howled. At night they moaned, knocking on the windows of the city's residents, begging, demanding to be let in. The temperature dropped, turning the metropolis's roads into icy traps. In December, Thea entered her 9th month of pregnancy. The future parents argued about what to name their child. Ian insisted on the name Eileen, while Thea liked the name Molly. They also wondered in which year the baby would be born. The doctors, playing the role of fortune-tellers, predicted the due date to be January the 7th. Or perhaps the little one would decide to make a more spectacular entrance on the 31st. "I don't want to give birth on New Year's," Thea worried. "I've heard the doctors don't want to deliver babies on holidays. Plus, I don't want to spend the holiday alone in the hospital. I want mandarins, a Christmas tree, and even the fireworks." "You will never be alone again. I will be by your side. I will even sing to you myself," Ian promised, somewhat calming his fiancée. However, Ian could not keep his promise. One December night, when the wind was particularly fierce and large raindrops pounded against the window, Thea felt unwell. Her stomach ached terribly, and she felt a pulling sensation. The woman was genuinely frightened, though Ian looked even more alarmed. "Don't panic!" The man jumped to his feet, first grabbing his dark hair and then the pre-packed bag. "I'll take you to the hospital now." The car drove along the slippery road, the wipers diligently working to clear the windshield of the persistent raindrops. Ian gripped the steering wheel tightly, peering into the night's darkness. "You know, it's probably a false alarm," Thea mumbled, feeling drowsy from the ride. "I think I'm feeling better. Maybe it was just false contractions. I don't know." "Really?" Ian asked with a smile, turning to his sleepy spouse. "Good, but I'll still take you to see the doctor." Ian didn't get to finish. Thea didn't understand what had happened. Ian shouted something, perhaps her name, but she wasn't sure. The woman opened her eyes, her drowsiness giving way to fear, but it didn't have time to penetrate her soul. Impact. The world spins around. Darkness. Thea regained consciousness in the hospital. Seeing the walls of the ward, she fearfully jumped up, nearly tearing the IV catheter from her arm. "Easy, Mummy," the doctor restrained her. Thea didn't hear him. She was examining her large belly, feeling it with her hands. Noticing her state, the doctor hurried to reassure the patient. "The baby is fine, and so are you. Consider it a New Year's miracle. You don't even have a scratch from the accident." "Thank God the baby is okay," she exhaled, falling back onto the pillows, stroking her belly. However, Thea's relief was short-lived. She gasped again, clutching the sleeve of the doctor's coat. "And Ian? Ian, what happened to him? What happened? You said there was an accident." The doctor looked away, and a chill ran down Thea's spine. "In your condition, you shouldn't be worried right now. We can discuss everything later." "No," Thea demanded. "I want to know. Believe me, the uncertainty scares me much more." The doctor looked at her, appraising, then sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. Thea couldn't help but think, looking at his wrinkled face, that he was a good man. "First, calm down. The driver of the car is currently in the intensive care unit. The best doctors are taking care of him," he stated. "The road was icy, there were already many accidents, and then the driver of a truck fell asleep at the wheel and drove into the oncoming lane." "But how?" Thea shook her head, looking at her trembling but perfectly clean hands. There wasn't a scratch on her, as the doctor had said. No bruise, no contusion. The girl sighed, gently smiling. "I think it's because your fiancé made that choice." "What do you mean?" Thea sobbed. Tears were already falling from her grey eyes, rolling down her cheeks, but she didn't even try to wipe them away. It was futile. More tears would take their place. "I think you know that in moments of danger people act instinctively," the doctor explained. "An accident is no exception. In an accident, The driver turns the wheel to the left at the last moment, saving himself from the impact and exposing the right side of the car. However, your fiancé in those few seconds managed to consider his choice and turned the wheel the other way. I don't know if it was conscious or intuitive, but he clearly wanted to save you and your child, even if it meant sacrificing himself, taking the impact. The doctor paused, as if expecting Thea to ask more questions, but none came. All possible words were stuck in Thea's throat. The doctor, rising, added, "I told you the truth so that you know how important your life is to this young man. Therefore, I hope for your cooperation, and that you will follow all the treatment recommendations. The due date is close. You can't take any risks. Also, I ask you to try not to worry about your fiancé. The doctors will do everything possible. Did you hear me?" Thea nodded, though the doctor's words penetrated her consciousness with difficulty, making their way through thorny, prickly thoughts. "Your fiancé will be fine," the doctor said finally, then left, promising to call the nurse. However, the doctor's predictions did not come true. 4 days later, Thea felt fine and was discharged from the hospital. She returned home, hoping to receive news from Ian soon, but the doctors remained stubbornly silent. That same evening, Ian's enraged mother burst into their apartment. "You!" she screamed. "It's all your fault, you wretch! You stray with no pedigree! You latched onto my boy, found yourself a place in the sun! You were with him for the money, weren't you? For the benefit? And he trusted you! And now he's gone!" Thea paled, a chill running through her. The woman's words slapped her, took her breath away. How can he be gone?" she stammered. "Just like that. They didn't save my boy," Mrs. Keller hissed in anger. "And he was saving you, you fool. And he was taking you somewhere in the middle of the night, in such bad weather. It's all your fault. You got what you wanted, you viper. He warmed a snake to his chest. Listen, I don't want you near our family, and we don't want your spawn, understand? Don't even hope to acknowledge him, or our grandchild, and get a crumb of the inheritance. Pack your things from my son's apartment, and then get out." She cursed Thea for a long time, but the venomous words did not wound the woman. In her mind there was only one thought. Ian was gone. When are the funerals?" Thea asked, barely able to speak, her legs trembling. "You think we'll invite you? Don't you have any shame? You are a curse on our family. Get out of here, now. I don't want to find a single thing of yours here. Understand?" Mrs. Keller was cruel, but it couldn't be said that her reaction surprised Thea much. The woman had never taken his son's bride seriously and sincerely believed that Ian would come to his senses after playing around with this simple girl. She thought he would settle down and return to the family fold. The fact was, the Kellers were quite wealthy and even respected in certain circles. Mr. Keller was an architect, and his wife had once acted in the theatre. Naturally, Mrs. Keller dreamed of a wonderful daughter-in-law with excellent manners and a pedigree like a thoroughbred horse. In her fantasies, Ian's wife wore elegant dresses, drank Earl Grey with her on the terrace at the appointed time, and discussed new theatre productions. To be honest, Mrs. Keller had long ago found a suitable candidate for the role of the next Keller. The girl's name was Christine, and she was the daughter of a jeweller. Moreover, the girl and Ian had known each other since childhood and got along very well. Christine's mother had even whispered to Mrs. Keller that her daughter was madly in love with Ian. Christine studied abroad, returning home only in the summer. That summer, when Thea and Ian were strolling through Paris, Christine returned home and heard the news from her mother. She rushed to Mrs. Keller, crying on her knees. Mrs. Keller comforted the poor girl, assuring her that Ian would come to his senses. But he returned from his trip not with a girlfriend, but with a fiancé, and even said that she was expecting his child. When his mother reproached him and mentioned that he had upset Christine, Ian was genuinely surprised. "Christine is like a sister to me. I've never even held her hand. What kind of relationship could we have? There's no need to confuse your fantasies with reality." Then Ian's father intervened in the argument and told his wife to calm down. "He's an adult, he knows what he's doing. And what do you want? For him to abandon a pregnant woman? Would that be a manly thing to do?" The man shook his head. Mrs. Keller felt her blood pressure rise and her life crumble. Her son's actions, as well as her husband's betrayal, felt like a stab in the back. However, there was nowhere to go. Ian was her only son and heir. But now the terrible accident happened, turning everything upside down, both in the lives of the Kellers and in the life of Thea, who had not yet become part of their family tree. Mrs. Keller left, giving Thea a deadline to pack, and the poor woman obediently started gathering her things. Her hands and feet moved mechanically, as if she had turned into a robot devoid of feelings, programmed to leave the apartment. But as she stepped out into the rainy and dark December evening, Thea realized she had nowhere to go. There were only a few days left until New Year's. All her friends and acquaintances were surely busy. Some had gone away to celebrate. Others were hosting guests in their homes. There was no place for her there, and she didn't want to bring her burden of sorrows into someone else's home. Thea decided to take a desperate step. She called her stepmother. However, Hilary's phone was unavailable. Then Thea boarded a bus and rode to the final stop, to the place where, amidst the grey and gloomy high-rises, she had spent her childhood. Thea did not expect a warm welcome. However, she still hoped that her stepmother might have a spark of conscience and let her stepdaughter into the apartment bought by her late father, at least until the baby was born. Alas, no miracle occurred. "Can't you hear me? Your belly's grown, but your ears have failed. Get out of here!" Hilary fumed. "Hilary," Thea said, lowering her gaze, "please understand I have nowhere to go. I'm due to give birth any day now, and this apartment belonged to my dad. I grew up here." Thea's trembling hands instinctively rested on her large belly, as if wanting to protect the one hidden within. "So what? Prove that the apartment is yours. Legally, everything here is mine," the stepmother snarled even more fiercely. "Besides, there's no place for you here. Understand? I got married. We live here with Marcus and his son from the first marriage. He is using your room. You wouldn't want to live with him, would you?" Thea licked her dry lips. She glanced at the old mirror hanging in the hallway. Once, a small table stood beneath it, holding a home telephone with a dial. Back then, everything was good. Her mum and dad were alive. They loved their daughter and cared for her. In winter they went sledding, and in summer they visited Grandma in the village. Thea remembered when her mother passed away. Her father tried to be a good father. He cared for Thea as best he could, but he was struggling. Grieving for his lost wife, whom he loved dearly, the man began to seek solace in the bottom of a bottle, more and more often. They stopped sledding in the winter, and in the summer they no longer visited the village, as her father was ashamed to face his mother-in-law. It got to the point where he drank even at work, coming home on autopilot, collapsing right at the doorstep. She loved him nonetheless, sincerely and deeply. She would take off his dirty boots and help him to the sofa. She would cover him with a blanket. Having become independent at a young age, Thea cooked porridge and soups for him, boiled pasta, generously pouring ketchup over it. The man also loved his daughter. Sometimes he would even cry, ask for her forgiveness, and hug her. He promised he would change, quit drinking. Thea believed him. Sometimes he would sober up, but it never lasted long. And then Hilary appeared. She quickly charmed Thea's father, fed him some home-cooked meals, and promised to take care of his daughter. But with every hearty dinner, she placed a shot glass next to his plate. Sometimes she joined him. Within a year, they were married. Hilary did everything to ensure her husband remained in a perpetual state of intoxication. Then she persuaded the man to transfer the property to her. And then he was gone, a blood clot. The neighbours said he drank himself to death. By that time, even Grandma Brenda was gone, and the stepmother kicked her stepdaughter out of the apartment as soon as she turned 18, though Thea herself did not want to stay near that woman. Thea had long known how to earn a living, and the culinary school provided her with a room in the dormitory. But fate forced her to return to the doorstep of what was once her home, though the mirror still bore the faded sticker from a piece of gum that Thea had stuck there at 6 years old. Though the old wallpaper in the hallway was adorned with random letters she had scrawled with a blue pen when she first learned to write, and even though her bedroom door frame bore the notches where her dad marked her height, this apartment was no longer her home. Everything here was strange, because a home is not just walls. A home is the people who love you. Thea had no such people left. "I'll go," Thea nodded. "Go on, get out of here," her stepmother grumbled, waving her hands and rushing the guest. "Marcus will be back soon with his son from training, and here you are. What will I tell them? They haven't even heard of you." Thea left, the door slammed shut behind her. The young woman stood still for a moment, deciding what to do. She automatically walked to the stairs, descended a few steps, and then the door swung open again. "Stop!" Her grandmother's voice struck Thea in the back. A faint glimmer of hope to reignite in Thea's chest. Maybe the stepmother would change her mind, at least let her spend the night in the apartment. But the stepmother, grunting, dragged an old sports bag onto the landing. One of its handles was torn and crudely mended with woolen thread. Thea knew this because she had done the repair herself. Her father used to take this bag on his business trips. "Here, we started renovating your old room. I was going to take it all to the dump, but I never got around to it. So the bag's been lying on the balcony. Since you're here, take your stuff." After this tirade, the woman turned sharply and rushed back into the apartment. Thea stared blankly at the bag. She felt as though all her emotions had been drained. Nothing remained. Yet she still bent down, unzipped the bag to see what was inside. The stepmother had crammed in everything she could find: a school notebook, a frog statuette, a small wooden box. Thea picked it up, trying to remember what she had kept inside. Her heart ached. Inside lay a photograph of her mother, taken for her passport, and a key. And then a jolt of realization struck Thea. Her hand grew sweaty. She stared at the key as if it were the magical key that would open a secret door. She did have a place to go after all, her grandmother's house. Small, just one story and dilapidated, it stood beyond the city limits in the village. Thea remembered telling her fiancé about the village, insisting that she would take him there one day. "You showed me Paris, and I'll show you my village," she had giggled. "I was there as a child when my mum was still alive. After that, Dad never went there, not even once. When Grandma Brenda passed away, I inherited the house and the land." "So you're a rich heiress," Ian had laughed in response. Thea had scoffed. "Oh, yes, I own a plot of land in the middle of nowhere with no internet, where people still heal with plantain, and maybe summon rain with a drum. That's how I remember my village from my childhood." However, now that Thea needed a roof over her head, she felt as though her guardian angel, or perhaps her grandmother herself, had placed the key to her house in her hand. Thea struggled to reach her grandmother's house. At the bus station, she got on a regional bus and finally had to spend a considerable sum on a taxi. The roads to the village were snowed in. In this backwater, snowplows did not clear the way for residents in the mornings. In the village, a winter fairy tale reigned. The sky was full of bright stars. Thea's feet sank into the snowdrifts, which sparkled like silver under the moon. The small houses looked like gingerbread houses, their roofs adorned with white icing. Soft light glowed in some windows. Smoke rose from the chimneys. Thea took a deep breath, the air so clean and sweet that she wanted to breathe it in fully. She smiled, but then tears welled up in her eyes again. She had hoped that after so many years of absence, she would return to her grandmother's house with Ian and their daughter. But now Ian was gone. At least she would have Eileen, and for her, she had to try. The taxi driver refused to drive her through the narrow streets, so the pregnant woman had to make her own way, dragging her bags through the snow. Her feet sank into the crunchy snowdrifts. Large, fluffy snowflakes fell from the sky, melting on the young woman's face. Despite the cold, by the time Thea reached the right gate, she was breathing heavily and sweating under her coat, but she attributed it to the physical exertion. Phew! She exhaled, stopping and looking at the house. Grandma's house, if Thea was not mistaken in the darkness, did not look very welcoming. It looked at the girl with dark windows as if reproaching her for her long absence. Grandma Brenda had bad legs. Thea couldn't remember why, but her grandmother limped and couldn't walk for long. However, her hands were golden. With these hands she often hugged Thea. She braided her long light brown hair into pigtails and always sang beautiful old songs while doing so. She baked pies with homemade jam and cabbage, treated her granddaughter to sugar candies on a stick, and dried apples, which she kept in a cloth bag. She knitted socks, scarves, and mittens for her. Before bed, the old woman told her granddaughter fairy tales about mermaids and forest spirits, which seemed a bit scary but very interesting to the girl. And she took her to visit her friends. Thea loved these gatherings. The grandmothers and her elderly friends drank homemade liquor, giggled like girls, sang songs and gossiped. Yes, Grandma spoiled and loved Thea in her childhood, and before her death she did not forget her granddaughter, leaving her the little house as an inheritance. And she, ungrateful, called her once a month, promised to come but never did. It was shameful, painful. It just seemed to her that then her grandmother would live forever, and when she was gone, Thea saw no point in coming to the village. It was painful to live in a house where there was no loved one, and now she had to enter it for the first time since her grandmother's funeral. Thea, sighing as if diving into a pond with icy water, walked through the gate and then opened the door to her grandmother's house. Inside, it was dark, damp, and cold. The moonlight barely illuminated the rooms. Spiders had long settled in the corners, and dust lay on the tables instead of tablecloths. Thea, without much hope, flicked the light switch. There was no electricity. No one had paid the bill. Thea turned on the flashlight on her phone and looked around. She noticed her grandmother's baskets piled in a corner. She picked up an overturned stool. Well, never mind, Thea said to herself with forced cheer. I have hands, so everything will be fine. The main thing is that I'm not out on the street for New Year's. Thea worried a bit, thinking about the uncertain future. What would the neighbours say? A city girl had shown up, pregnant, and where would she find doctors in the village? Would the ambulance arrive in time if she went into labour? And, as if in response to her anxious thoughts, Thea felt her water break. The woman first blushed, then turned pale. Thea grabbed her phone, her trembling hands dialing the emergency number, but there was no signal. Not only was the village far away, but the weather also dictated its conditions. No, please, not this, Thea stammered, vainly trying to call somewhere. "Come on, you useless piece of plastic!" In response to her words, the smartphone, as if offended by the insult to its person, flickered once and turned off. In the cold and working as a flashlight, its battery drained much faster. "Damn it!" Thea gasped, tossing the phone aside. Not knowing what to do, she rushed to the neighbours. Thea didn't really remember who lived there, but panic nipped at her heels. Mrs. and Mr. MacDonald were already getting ready for bed when someone started pounding on their door with their fists. The elderly woman, rolling out of bed with the agility of a sprinter, grabbed the poker. "Who's there?" the old man barked, and thinking, added belligerently, "I have a gun." "Forgive me. My name is Thea. I am Brenda's daughter. She used to live next door to you. Please help me." While Mr. MacDonald was still trying to understand if he was dreaming, Mrs. MacDonald, dropping the poker, hurried to open the door. "Good heavens! Could it be? Thea, it is you! But what's wrong with you?" the elderly woman exclaimed, leading Thea to a couch. "Ben, what are you standing there like a stump for? Help! Her legs won't hold her. Oh, dear Lord. Are you by any chance in labour?" Thea nodded and then murmured, "It's too early. I wasn't supposed to be due yet." She took a deep breath and continued, "I need a doctor. A phone to call an ambulance. Something." The elderly woman, looking at the suffering girl, clicked her tongue. "We'll call right away, but even if we do get through, the doctors won't make it here in time. A blizzard is starting and our doctor is away. We'll do it like this." She turned to her husband, who was putting on warm pants. "Ben, go clean the guest room, then gather the neighbours. Maybe someone can help. Bring Jane too, and definitely bring Zoe. She used to be a midwife." Then everything became a blur for Thea, a kaleidoscope of events and faces. She felt sick and in pain, but then it would ease again. Thea felt as if she were floating, sometimes sinking, sometimes surfacing. Mrs. MacDonald talked to her, not letting her lose consciousness. "Don't be afraid of anything, dear. We'll help you. Our girls will pray for you too. Zoe will be here soon. She has helped many a baby into the world," Grandma continued to mutter. "And Jane will be here too. She's a veterinarian, by the grace of God." "A veterinarian? But I'm not a goat," Thea bleated, now uncertain of anything. Soon the midwife Zoe arrived with an incredibly kind face, and Jane, the veterinarian, with a very pale face. It was clear that she would also prefer to meet a pregnant goat rather than Thea, but she had to help. The two old women and one younger woman bustled around Thea, encouraging her as if she were their own. They told her when and how to push, and Mrs. MacDonald wiped the labouring woman's forehead with a wet towel, assuring her that it wouldn't be much longer. "Everything is fine," she said. "Just a little bit more, and you'll hold your baby." Zoe also praised Thea, but in her own way. "You have good hips. It's going smoothly. You're breathing right. Good job," the old woman said matter-of-factly. "The baby is coming along well. Don't worry." A minute later, or maybe half an hour, or maybe even an hour, Thea had no idea how much time had passed. She felt relief and heard a baby's cry. "A girl! A beauty!" Zoe proclaimed, very pleased with herself. "What a voice! Strong and healthy." "What will you name her?" Mrs. MacDonald asked, handing the mother her baby and admiring her. "Eileen," Thea replied without hesitation. That's what her father wanted. The birth of the little one was celebrated by the entire awakened and alarmed village. Mr. MacDonald, in his joy, had a bit too much to drink, but his wife did not scold him. The occasion was worthy. "Don't even think about going back to your shack until we fix it up. You'll catch your death in there, both you and the baby," the elderly woman told her guest. "What do you mean, fix it up?" the woman asked in amazement. "Well, how could we not? I don't know why you came back to the village in the middle of winter and night. If you'd like to, you'll tell us yourself. I won't pry. But I doubt you ran away from a good life," the perceptive old woman declared. "So we'll help you however we can." Thea almost burst into tears then. It was only at that moment that she realized she had come to the village, to strangers. Yet some knew her grandmother. Many had seen Thea herself a long time ago, but they owed her nothing. And they had saved her and her daughter, and they continued to help, even though she hadn't asked. "Thank you," Thea sobbed. "No need to cry. Your milk will be spoiled," the old woman joked, and then added, "Do you still love jam-filled pastries? I'll make some for you, dear." "Why did you help me?" Thea couldn't hold back. "Why did all of you—" Grandma was surprised. "What? Are we some kind of beasts? And besides, do you think that no one in our village would help Brenda's granddaughter? After what she did for us?" Mrs. MacDonald shook her head. "How could I face Brenda in heaven if I didn't help?" "What did Grandma do?" Thea asked in amazement. "Your grandmother had a bad leg, right? She injured it saving my grandson. That day it suddenly darkened and the wind started. I ran after my grandson but couldn't find him. Your grandmother also started looking for my Max, and she found him first. Max was playing with the kids under the trees near the forest. Brenda saw how one of the trees was dangerously swaying right over them. Some fool had cut it down but hadn't finished the job. She managed to chase the kids away from the dangerous spot, but she couldn't get away herself. At the last moment, when the tree was already falling on them, she pushed Max away, but she fell. That's how she got her leg injury." In the morning, the paramedics finally made it to the village and checked on Thea and the baby. It turned out that both of them were doing great. Of course, Thea was offered to go to the hospital, but she refused. The worst was over, and there was no need to be in the maternity ward on New Year's. There was a bustling Grandma Brenda's house. Men brought firewood and heated the stove to warm the house after years of neglect. The women cleaned the dust and cobwebs, spread fresh sheets. When Thea returned to the house, she did not recognize it. It was not just the cleanliness, but the fact that the villagers had taken care of everything, even the things for little Eileen. "Where did all this come from?" Thea asked in amazement. "Well, this," Mrs. MacDonald waved her hand. "This cradle, we took it from the attic. It's old, but we painted it and it looks like new, right? The baby clothes and diapers are left over from Zoe's grandchildren. Various toys? Look, there are even some very old ones, like from my childhood. And we also brought you some dishes, food. We set up a Christmas tree and decorated it. After all, New Year's is coming soon. Eileen's first New Year. What's a home without a Christmas tree?" Thea celebrated the New Year not alone. She was with her little daughter, who had her father's chin with a dimple and dark hair. And beside her were people who had become close to her in such a short time. When it was almost midnight, Mr. MacDonald took a bottle of champagne, and his wife squinted fearfully, worried that the cork would hit her in the eye. "Have you thought of a wish to make?" Mrs. MacDonald asked Thea. Thea shook her head. "I don't have any wishes, or rather, I don't believe they come true," Thea confessed, remembering how she once wished for her mother to get better, and then asked for her father to stop drinking. "But what if this one comes true?" Mrs. MacDonald winked. "And one glass won't hurt you or Eileen. Maybe it will even help you sleep better." Thea just smiled and shook her head, but she did not argue. The first strike of the clock tower sounded on the TV. Mr. MacDonald chuckled, filling the glasses of his wife and guest with sparkling wine. The foam bubbled over, spilling onto Thea's fingers. The woman laughed. "Make a wish," Mrs. MacDonald demanded. I want my relatives to visit me more often. They moved to their city and don't show their faces here." Mrs. MacDonald downed her glass in one gulp. She missed her grandchildren and great-grandchildren very much. "And I want a new boat, for fishing later." Mr. MacDonald sighed dreamily, but under his wife's stern gaze he added, "And let the great-grandchildren come. I would take them for a ride on this boat on the lake." Another glass disappeared, promising happiness in the new year. There were only a few strikes left. The old couple looked at Thea expectantly. "Oh, well, I want—" Thea saw Ian's smiling face before her eyes, but she still said through the piercing pain in her heart, "I just want Eileen and I to be happy in the new year." Bubbles from the drink tickled her nose. Thea snorted with laughter, finishing her glass with the last strike of the clock. Later, they ate salads. Mr. MacDonald played the accordion, and Eileen snored in her crib, indifferent to the holidays. And when Thea fell asleep, hugging her daughter, she felt hope in her heart that maybe, some day, her wish would come true. In the new year, Thea's life flowed calmly and well. Caring for her daughter did not allow her to fall into sadness, longing or despair. Yes, she often thought about Ian, but she kept a smile on her face because she had someone to live for. Over time, Thea became more and more enchanted with the rural life. Yes, maybe the toilet was outside, and the neighbour's rooster, Cardinal, seemed to have lost both his sense of time and conscience, starting to crow under the windows at 3 a.m, as if begging to be put in a soup. But all this was made up for by the clean air that her newborn baby breathed. This was something that could not be bought for any amount of money. Thea was surrounded not by shop signs or billboards, but by pine and birch trees. There was less noise, fewer cars, fewer queues. Life flowed at a leisurely pace, and this was precisely what a mother on maternity leave could dream of. But most of all, Thea was amazed by the atmosphere of kindness and coziness that the residents had created for her and her daughter. Mr. MacDonald and Mrs. MacDonald visited them often, helped with the household chores, gave valuable advice, and simply did not let the neighbours feel lonely. Other villagers also often visited Thea, rarely coming empty-handed. They brought her homemade eggs, cottage cheese and milk. They shared pies. They brought books from the library. And the whole village loved to take care of the baby. People almost lined up to rock Eileen in their arms. "We'll spoil her so much, she'll go from one pair of arms to another," Thea laughed. "Well, let her. We haven't had such a little one in the village for a long time, so we're happy," Mrs. MacDonald smiled in response. A month later, wanting to repay the villagers for their care, Thea rolled up her sleeves, hid her hair in a bun, and prepared wonderful desserts. And since then, Thea has been baking cakes for the birthdays of the local elderly, becoming their main pastry chef. She even taught them how to make wonderful cream flowers and patterns, showing them how to work with chocolate or fondant. They considered Thea a magician, but the woman knew that the villagers had done much more magical things for her. They had become her family. Summer came. Strawberries appeared in the gardens. Bright and juicy, they beckoned Thea to culinary feats. But she kept thinking about Ian, the person with whom she was connected by a strawberry cupcake. Thea hesitated to start working for a long time. And then, as if something drew her to the table, she kneaded the dough in the morning, baked strawberry cupcakes in her new oven, and gave them to her neighbours. Thea was expecting Mrs. and Mr. MacDonald for lunch. Mrs. MacDonald arrived on time, but Mr. MacDonald was delayed in the forest. "He went for mushrooms, although he's been wandering for a long time," his wife explained, entering the house and immediately picking up Eileen, whom she already considered her granddaughter. However, Mr. MacDonald returned, not with chanterelles or porcini mushrooms, but with an unexpected guest. Thea heard astonished voices in the hallway, but she was still busy in the kitchen working on the soup. "Good heavens, who is this with you? Is he drunk or something?" Mrs. MacDonald asked her husband. "No, he's sober. What did you do to him? You didn't hit him, did you?" his wife asked, even more frightened. From her voice, it was not clear whether she was planning to call the police or hide her husband in the cellar with the potatoes. "Oh, come on, he's alive. You won't believe it. I found him in the forest. He got lost, the young man. He was looking for our local cemetery. I asked him to sit down and rest with me. No one will run away from you from the cemetery. Those who need to wait will, right? And he was reluctant at first, hurried. Then I gave him the cupcake that Thea gave me, and he took a bite, turned red, turned pale. He said he had a bad allergy to strawberries, but he really took only a small bite. So I took him by the shoulders and brought him here. And he's like in a daze, asking where I got the cupcake. He said he only ate such cupcakes once in his life." Thea, feeling a surge of curiosity and a strange pang in her side, wiped her hands on a towel and stepped out of the kitchen. In her living room, the elderly couple had seated a man. Mr. MacDonald was fanning the guest with a newspaper. Thea looked closer, and a frightened cry escaped her throat. The guest, who had just regained consciousness, let out a similar cry. "Thea!" Ian paled. "No, it can't be. You were dead." Ian stood up, gazing into the face of his beloved. He couldn't believe his eyes. Perhaps he had managed to indulge in more than just a cake in the forest. Perhaps he had sampled some mushrooms, and now he was seeing a phantom. Thea shook her head, trying to dispel the illusion. She too couldn't believe her eyes. Yes, Ian was pale, thin, and clearly hadn't had a haircut in a long time. His hair and beard had grown out, but it was him, definitely him. Perhaps her eyes might have deceived her, but her heart was pounding in her chest, reaching out to him. It did not lie. Thea wanted to rush into the man's arms, but she couldn't. Her legs felt like lead. Her head suddenly became heavy, and the world dimmed. She almost fainted, but Ian rushed forward just in time and embraced her. "Thea, it can't be," he murmured. He kissed her wet, hot face, pressed her to him. Sometimes he squeezed her shoulders so hard it hurt. But Thea did not complain, slowly coming to her senses. She did not complain about the pain in her heart, or that her hands were shaking, or that her chest was tight with excitement. She could endure it, just to prolong this moment. Like Ian, she feared only one thing, that she was merely dreaming. No, she feared waking up even more. "It's you, really you?" she whispered, thinking her heart might stop at any moment. Then Eileen, who had been sleeping peacefully in Mrs. MacDonald's arms, woke up and started whimpering. Ian turned his head slowly and saw his daughter. They say men don't cry, but the sight of the little girl was the final straw. A tear slid down Ian's cheek, getting lost in his beard. Yes, this is our daughter. Her name is Eileen, just as you wanted," Thea whispered. Ian swallowed hard. He kissed Thea's forehead, then stood up and approached Mrs. MacDonald. With trembling hands, he took the child, pressing her to his chest. The child he had never hoped to see. Eileen immediately calmed down, grabbed her father's beard with her little fingers, and giggled. She was happy to meet him. It is true that the hidden always comes to light. Soon the truth was revealed. It turned out that Ian had survived the accident, but was severely injured. After surgery, he fell into a coma. The young man emerged from it 2 days later, and doctors soon diagnosed him with selective amnesia. He did not remember how he ended up in the hospital. He barely remembered the past year, and with it, Thea. His father took Ian to the capital, where the best doctors cared for him. But Mrs. Keller decided not to miss the opportunity. She sent Christine to her son, instructing her to care for the sick, nurse him back to health, make him fall in love with her. Soon, however, Ian's memory began to return in fragments. At first, he began to dream of a wonderful girl with grey eyes, dressed in a snow-white jacket. He dreamed of Paris, and one day he woke up in a sweat, having seen the accident in his dream. He remembered Thea, that she was carrying his daughter. Then Mrs. Keller told him a pre-prepared story. "Your fiancé and unborn child died in that accident. I have the police and medical reports," she cried, showing him fake documents. "We didn't tell you for your own good, Ian, because we were worried about your health. It was fragile. You were in a coma. Such a shock. You might not have survived it." Ian was horrified. He asked where his fiancé and daughter were buried, but his mother just shrugged. She claimed she had no idea. It wasn't their family, so it wasn't their responsibility to bury them. She also claimed that she had asked not to publish the news of the accident anywhere to avoid attracting attention to their family. Ian was not surprised by the secrecy. His mother had always been that way. Ian rushed to Thea's stepmother, but she drove him away. Mrs. Keller had paid her to keep quiet. The woman hoped that her son, realizing Thea was gone, would come to his senses. She thought he would notice Christine, who was always around him. She believed that Christine, who had appeared so conveniently, could mend his broken heart. But Ian was not interested in Christine. Ian's condition only worsened. Physically, he was healthy, but inside him, a fire seemed to have gone out. He became a recluse, forgot about work and himself. He didn't appear among friends, didn't go online on social networks. Later, his father, worried about his son, offered a solution. He advised Ian to find the grave and, by laying flowers, accept his loss. That's when he started looking for Thea's grave, but it's impossible to find something that doesn't exist. In the summer, he remembered the village and the house that belonged to Thea, and he found out that there was a cemetery nearby. But he decided to take a shortcut, turned the wrong way and got lost in the forest. Fortunately, the hapless traveller hadn't gone far. Mr. MacDonald, who was already hurrying home, found him. In the end, it turned out that in his search for his beloved grave, Ian found her, alive and well. He found her by following the crumbs of a strawberry cake, found her and never intended to let her go again. Ian and Thea got married in the summer, just as they had planned. Nothing could disrupt their plans, not even a fabricated death. The whole village was invited to the wedding, and everyone came. Mr. MacDonald brought his accordion to liven up the celebration, and Mrs. MacDonald personally baked a wedding loaf for the newlyweds. Ian broke off relations with his mother, unable to forgive such a cruel deception. His father again sided with his son. It turned out that the man knew nothing of his wife's scheme. The young family returned to the city in their lives. A couple of years later, Ian took over his father's company. When Eileen grew older, Thea was able to fulfill her dream and open her own pastry shop with wonderful desserts. But for a very long time, every summer, the family returned to the village. Mr. MacDonald took Eileen out on a new boat that Thea had given him, and Mrs. MacDonald cooked dumplings for her. Thea's New Year's wish did come true. She and Eileen were very happy, for they were surrounded by those who loved them.
Penny was determined and organised from an early age. She grew up in a poor family. Her mother was a primary school teacher, and her father worked as an operator at the local thermal power plant. Though they had enough for essentials, luxuries were unreachable. Penny loved her parents dearly, yet as she grew older, she developed mixed feelings about their lifestyle. She saw how they missed opportunities and seemed resistant to growth, mechanically going to their modest jobs,
complaining about the government and accepting their lot in life. At times she felt pity for them, but Penny knew one thing with certainty: she would forge a different path. After completing high school, she enrolled in the economics department at the local university. By her 4th year, she had opened her own children's dance school, winning a city startup competition that provided substantial municipal funding for business development. Despite her youth, Penny recognized this as her golden opportunity and seized it wholeheartedly. She immersed herself in every aspect of the business, mastering the nuances, managing accounts, handling advertising, and promoting growth, all while completing her university studies. Sleep became a luxury during those demanding months. Yet she persevered, earning her diploma while launching her business. After graduation, she could finally dedicate herself fully to her project. She had dreamed of studying dance as a child, but her family couldn't afford the expensive lessons and performance costumes. This experience inspired her to secure sponsors who provided her students with beautiful stage outfits in exchange for advertising. As an advocate for accessible education, she obtained subsidies, enabling children from low-income families to attend free of charge. Many of these students became stellar performers who enhanced the school's reputation and served as living testimonials. Penny's innovative ideas for the school's development constantly bore fruit. Seasoned business partners attributed her success to instinct, but the truth was simpler. She genuinely loved her work. When Penny recognized the need to expand, she opened several satellite locations throughout the city. As her modest dance studio evolved into something bigger, she needed trusted support. She appointed her childhood friend Veronica as director, fresh from her graduation from the management department. Veronica possessed the same qualities that had driven Penny's success: organization, meticulousness, responsibility, sharp intelligence, and attention to detail. The similarities and long-standing friendship convinced Penny that Veronica, despite her youth, was ideal for the role of right hand. Most importantly, Penny knew she could trust her. Veronica did prove worthy of her trust, diving into the work immediately. She spent late nights at the office, asking questions, reviewing documents, and mastering operations. With more time to implement new ideas, Penny's business flourished. Within 2 years of opening her first school, she could afford a flat in an upscale neighborhood and a new car straight from the showroom. She finally enjoyed life's pleasures that had been unreachable in her childhood: luxury resorts, designer clothing, restaurant meals. The latter became necessary as her busy schedule left little time for cooking. 10 years after graduation, plans emerged for a class reunion. Social media made it easier to locate former classmates. Penny looked forward to the gathering, proud of her accomplishments, which likely surpassed those of her peers. Some had once mocked Veronica for wearing hand-me-downs from her cousins. Now they would see her transformed. The reunion proved joyful and intimate, with genuine interest in reconnecting and reminiscing. The former classmates discovered that most of them had married, many with multiple children. Proud parents showed photos of their little ones. Penny felt a twinge of melancholy. She, too, wanted a family, but her business had consumed her early years, and now, as a successful entrepreneur, she worried about attracting fortune hunters. She had heard too many cautionary tales. Anyway, at the reunion she met him, Paul, the class comedian, a charismatic joker, Penny's first love, though he never knew it himself. Penny was a typical quiet girl at school. She studied well, spent all her time on lessons and extracurricular activities, and rarely joined class outings to the cinema or skating rink. She didn't belong to the class elite, but Paul was at its head. Everyone loved him for his sparkling sense of humour and adventurous spirit. It was always fun with him, though he barely passed his classes. He might have had the ability, but he preferred partying to studying. At school, Paul could charm even the teachers. Thanks to his natural charisma and ability to influence people, he graduated without trouble. High school student Penny watched him from afar. She never dreamed he would notice her. His romantic conquests were legendary. She was drawn to his easy confidence, self-assurance, and undeniably attractive appearance. He only spoke to her when he needed to copy homework. Penny never refused. Even this small interaction was better than nothing. At the reunion restaurant, he looked as charismatic and charming as ever. Age had made him even more attractive. The women brightened in his presence. Former classmates, even those with children or heavily pregnant, tried to catch his attention with questions and laughed too loudly at his jokes. After 10 years, some things hadn't changed. Yet Paul himself had grown more serious. Yes, he still joked cleverly and created a light atmosphere at the table, but now he skillfully deflected excessive attention from tipsy ladies without causing their offence. In school, he had never missed a chance to tease his classmates. This new mature Paul appealed to Penny even more. After 10 years, her feelings hadn't changed much. She still felt shy around him. She still wanted to be near him, to see his sly blue eyes, catch his smile, admire the dimples in his cheeks. And now, Paul finally noticed her. Penny often caught him gazing at her, mesmerized. She knew she looked much better than she had in school. Stylish clothes, skillful makeup, gym workouts and regular beauty treatments had worked wonders. Though she was used to compliments, none affected her like the sincere interest in Paul's eyes. He worked as a chief engineer at a local oil company, earning well enough to afford expensive watches and designer clothes. The charming former classmate wasn't married yet, nor planning to be. He had career plans that prevented him from starting a family at this time. After the restaurant, Paul invited Penny for a walk through the night city. They walked and talked for hours. His voice mesmerized her. Soon, Paul and Penny began dating. Within months, he had moved into her apartment. Then they married at the registry office. No boring wedding and crowds of guests. That was Paul's decision. Why organise a celebration for people neither of us knows well? Let's make it special just for us. The newlyweds chose a warm seaside holiday instead. It was romantic and unforgettable. Gentle waves, hot sun, excellent service. And there he was, her beautiful, beloved man, a fairy tale, a dream come true. Penny felt happy. She tried to ignore the fact that Paul had lost his high position at the company a week ago. A honeymoon wasn't the time for sad thoughts. Management had changed, and naturally the director had installed his own people in key positions. Penny understood. She would have done the same, but it didn't matter. Paul was a skilled specialist. He wouldn't be jobless for long. He wasn't some fortune hunter, the type successful Penny had always feared. Paul was different, educated, successful, reliable. Back home, Penny threw herself into her work with renewed energy. As usual, she overflowed with interesting ideas. Paul started job hunting, but unsuccessfully. Nothing suitable appeared. Penny didn't pressure her beloved. They had enough money. She knew how important professional fulfillment was for a man. She supported her husband completely. Her subordinates and partners knew she had married, and naturally, they were curious about her choice. "What does he do?" asked Larry, one of the investors. They had known each other for years and were meeting about regional educational development. "He's an engineer, but temporarily unemployed. By the way, would your company have any suitable positions? He has excellent experience and references." "No vacancies at present, but if he's as qualified as you say, he won't stay unemployed long." "That's what I thought, but it's proving difficult for him to find work. It's been 6 months." 6 months? Larry's eyebrows shot up. 6 months living off you? He interrupted sharply. Penny had no response. "That's how it is. For 6 months, she has been the sole breadwinner of their young family." Penny felt neither sorry nor burdened. Everyone goes through hard times. Spouses should support each other. And yet, something didn't feel right. Penny regretted being too open with Larry. "Don't you think he's using you?" Larry had the right to ask such a question. He and Penny had been not just business partners, but almost friends for years. About 3 years ago, Larry confessed that he liked Penny very much, not as a partner, not even as a friend, but as a woman. He suggested they try to start a relationship. Penny immediately refused. Though this could have harmed their cooperation, Larry didn't stir any romantic feelings in her. He was too pragmatic, calculating and serious, just like herself. She was attracted to quite different men, cheerful, light-hearted, charming men like Paul. Larry then proposed they forget about his words and continue communicating as if nothing had happened. Penny agreed with pleasure. Surprisingly, no awkwardness or tension lingered between them afterward. "Larry, what are you saying? He's not using me. When we started dating, Paul was on a roll. Should I dump him now that he's in trouble? At the first sign of difficulty?" However, Penny understood that something had to be done urgently. Even if he couldn't get as prestigious a position as before, he needed to earn something, to do anything. It was becoming embarrassing in front of acquaintances. In their eyes, Paul truly looked like a kept man, so Penny began to offer her husband options. "Maybe you could come work at my school." "As whom?" Paul snorted. "A ballet master or something?" "Why a ballet master?" His spouse smiled. "A safety engineer, part-time." "Me? A former chief engineer of an oil company?" The man was insulted. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm already in a career slump, and you're only worsening it." "What's wrong with it? Work part-time and look for a position you like. You'll have plenty of time." "Have you thought about my feelings? What will my ex-colleagues say? The mistress has arranged a cosy position for her useless husband. I'll feel like a dependent there. How can I respect myself after that?" Penny considered this. There was some truth in her spouse's words, yet something had to be done about their situation. "Maybe you could try opening your own business. I'll provide start-up money. Think of an idea and we'll discuss business plans." "So you want to become my investor?" Paul clarified. He looked interested. "Well, yes. I have some spare savings, if you—" "I've got an idea." Her husband interrupted her with a happy smile. "I've been wanting to open a cafe for a long time. I'll start working on a business plan right away." "That's wonderful," Penny rejoiced. She liked seeing her husband so enthusiastic. As promised, Penny gave Paul money for development. Now he was rarely home, spending all his time at the cafe. He told Penny everything was going great, and he was sincerely grateful to Penny for her support. Paul had money now, and he bought a car on credit and began giving his wife gifts, both for occasions and spontaneously. Penny couldn't help but be pleased with her husband. She was proud to tell others that Paul was a businessman. But the idyll ended quickly. Not even 6 months had passed when Paul came home in a gloomy mood. "That's it," he said. "I've gone bust. Competitors have finished me off, framed me, cited various authorities on me. They're shutting me down, and now I have a pile of debts." "How?" Penny gasped. "Why didn't you come to me for help? This disaster didn't happen overnight. Maybe it could have been prevented." "What does it matter now?" Paul waved his hand. "I wanted to handle it myself like a man. You already gave me the money to open the business. Should I hide behind your skirt for every problem? I thought I could manage it myself. I couldn't." So Paul stayed home again. He resumed his job search, which yielded no results. Penny decided to investigate what had happened to her husband's business, without his knowledge. It turned out Paul had barely invested in its development, even violating sanitary regulations. This business was doomed from the start. Strange. Penny was perplexed. She had given Paul enough money to open a proper business. Where had he put it? Had he spent it so carelessly? That explained the gifts and his expensive purchases. Penny knew some people aren't suited for entrepreneurship. It seemed her husband was one of them. It was disappointing but bearable. Worse were the debts that now burdened Paul. Every month, Penny had to give him a substantial sum to partially repay them. Paul looked depressed. Penny felt sorry for him. She couldn't imagine how she would feel in his position. He tried to be helpful, cleaning the house and cooking delicious dinners. Penny loved coming home to such comfort, But she understood this couldn't continue indefinitely. It's vital for a man to feel like a provider, a master, the head of the family. Her spouse's depressed state proved that the role of cook and cleaner clearly didn't suit him. Another year passed. During this time, Paul hadn't found work. People in Penny's circle openly told her she had married a kept man. Larry was especially harsh. "What kind of husband is this? Not a husband, but a domestic servant," he resented. "I can't imagine it. A man who doesn't earn. I've been working since I was 15, and look at him." "He's going through a difficult period," Penny defended her spouse. "Nobody's immune." "This period has gone on too long. Do you really need such a relationship? Can't you see? He's latched onto you, lives off your provision, drives a nice car. Really, there is no need to work to him." "Larry, stop it," the woman snapped, but she couldn't find any arguments in Paul's favour. Then everything suddenly changed. Paul began leaving the house for long periods. He had money again. Her husband's mood had clearly improved. He was smiling again. "Honey, I didn't want to tell you ahead of time. I've started doing phone consultations for money. I have extensive experience. I'm a high-end specialist, so my advice isn't cheap." "That's wonderful," Penny rejoiced. "You've finally found work that suits you." "This is just the beginning. Maybe later I'll open my own agency. I have big plans." "No, not that," the woman exclaimed hastily. She still remembered her husband's cafe experience. The monthly debt payments remained fresh in her mind. "You don't think I can do it?" Paul was clearly offended. "Do you think you're the only capable business person?" No, not at all." Penny was flustered. "It's just that business isn't for everyone. You've got a lot to learn." "I'll figure it out." Paul snapped and left for the bedroom. Penny regretted not holding her tongue. She seemed to have seriously hurt her husband's feelings. One day, Penny arrived at her office at an unusual hour. She was supposed to attend a meeting at the mayor's office, but it had been cancelled. She was surprised to see Paul's car at the gate. Has something happened? She wondered, because Paul seldom showed up here. Penny parked, entered the lobby, nodded to the guard and climbed the stairs. On the top landing, she heard voices. Her husband and Veronica talking. "This is the last time I'm giving you money from the safe," her friend announced. "How much more can you take? It's going to become noticeable soon. I can't keep covering for you forever." "Veronica, please," coaxed her husband. "It's for a good cause, you know. Just don't tell Penny anything yet. I don't want her to worry unnecessarily." "Of course I won't either. She won't thank me for such a thing." Veronica paused. "She's strict, that's true. She thinks highly of herself." Penny was shocked and needed time to process what she'd heard and decide how to handle it. Thus, she slipped into the neighbouring accounting department, staying unnoticed, and spent the rest of the day pondering what she'd learned. Paul was taking money from the safe. Not for the first time, judging by the conversation. Veronica was giving it to him and apparently covering the excess spending in the documents. If the amounts weren't too large, that would be easy enough to do. But why? Paul said he needed the money for some good cause. Why could he tell Veronica but not me, his wife? Why would Veronica, usually as dependable as a rock, help Paul behind her back? What was this supposedly good purpose? After wrestling with these questions all day, Penny decided she'd had enough. She entered the director's office. Veronica looked up tiredly. "We need to talk, Veronica. I've always trusted you, you know that." "I know, so what? From your tone, it seems you don't trust me anymore." "What's going on? Why are you regularly giving my husband money from the safe? Why haven't you told me about it?" "Oh, you found out," Veronica said quietly. "Yes, I've given him several sums, but he has serious circumstances." "Like what? Another business venture?" "Not at all. It's more serious," Veronica exhaled. "He asked me not to tell you, but since you know everything, I have to explain. Paul's mother is seriously ill, and he's sending money for her treatment. Without it, she won't survive." Penny sat stunned. She hadn't expected this. She had only met her mother-in-law a couple of times. Paul himself rarely communicated with relatives. His mother had seemed healthy and pleasant to Penny, and now she learned her mother-in-law was seriously ill. So Penny struggled to control her emotions. He came to you with this trouble, not me. Penny tried to understand it's difficult for him. He's not earning money. He can't find his place. And then to beg you for his mother's treatment. Is it better to take it behind my back? Penny shook her head. Don't give him any more money without my knowledge. I'll talk to him today, and of course, I'll transfer the necessary amount for his mother's treatment. At home, everything seemed normal at first. Paul had cleaned, cooked a delicious dinner, and was watching TV on the sofa, looking satisfied. Penny walked over and turned it off. We're spouses, the closest people to each other, she said, meeting his eyes. I want no secrets between us. I know about your mother's situation. I can't understand why you told Veronica but not me, your wife. I heard your conversation. And this phone counselling income you mentioned? Was that a lie too? I know it wasn't right, but I didn't want to worry you. You've been stressed lately, so I thought I'd handle it quietly. And I'm ashamed, Paul burst out. I'm a healthy man with no good job or income, dependent on my wife. I can't even help my own mother. Penny felt uncomfortable. She always struggled when Paul showed vulnerability. She even felt guilty about her success, an irrational, unpleasant feeling. It's okay, calm down. She gently touched his cheek and hugged him. He wrapped his arms around her waist. I made lasagna for dinner. Paul finally broke the silence. Want to try it? I'd love to, I'm starving. So, how's your mother doing? The treatment's working. It's expensive, but the doctors are optimistic. Should we visit her at the hospital? It's too early, it's not allowed yet. I feel terrible about not supporting her at such a moment. What do you mean? You're providing for her treatment. Money isn't everything, but it helps. By the way, there's still more to pay. And Paul named a substantial sum. I'll transfer it tomorrow, Penny promised. Time passed, but little changed. Penny remained devoted to her business. Paul continued his job search. But Penny no longer rushed him now. She understood that her husband needed to take care of his sick mother. She had a serious illness related to loss of immunity. No one except her son, wearing a protective suit, was allowed to visit her. That's what Paul said. He was holding up well. Penny couldn't imagine how she would cope if either of her parents were in that position. To be honest, Penny enjoyed coming home to a clean, cosy flat, filled with the aroma of delicious food. Paul excelled at housework. She realized that once she found employment here, she would miss these comforts. Her relationship with Veronica remained unchanged. Penny had forgiven her friend's moment of weakness, knowing how persuasive Paul could be. Yet her friend's behaviour had subtly shifted. Veronica no longer joined her for lunchtime chats. Their cinema and cafe outings ceased. She cited business and fatigue. Then one morning, Penny found herself unable to get out of bed. Her head spun, dark spots dancing before her eyes. Still, she forced herself up. Despite 8 hours of sleep, she felt exhausted and broken, a state that had persisted for some time. You look terribly haggard, Larry remarked that day during an unexpected office visit. Are you all right? Do you need help? No, just exhausted. I've been dealing with school problems lately, plus developing a new project. I see you're exhausted, and Paul's lying on the sofa, taking care of himself. Larry, please don't start. I'm sick of it. I'm worried about you, the man admitted. I don't like your pallor. When was your last vacation? I can barely remember. Go to the sanatorium at the seacoast. My sister recently had a wonderful time in one of them with her children. There's rest, the sea, and excellent doctors who can examine you. Maybe you're lacking vitamins. Take at least a week for yourself, or you'll burn out completely. You know, maybe you're right. I'm definitely right, Larry smiled. Here's their card. Call them today, now. And Penny did travel to the sanatorium. Larry had been right. The exhausted woman enjoyed the deserted beaches, swam in the pool, and had massages. Her vitality returned, the weakness faded, and the dizziness subsided. Her mirror reflection transformed from pale skin and dark circles to a radiant, cheerful, fresh face. One day by the pool, she noticed two women. The older one bore a striking resemblance to her mother-in-law. Penny looked closer, uncertain because they'd only met Paul's mother twice, and surely she couldn't be here. According to her husband, his mother was still seriously ill in hospital, yet her mother-in-law, for it was indeed her, recognised Penny too. "Hello, dear," the lady smiled, looking anything but sickly. "Is Paul here with you?" "No, he stayed home. I'm alone." "I see. My son told me he's very busy with his own business. With you, he's really stepped up, become clever. I'm glad. I thought nothing would ever change him." "Busy with his business?" Penny grew increasingly puzzled. "And by the way, how's your health?" "I'm fine. I'm in my 60s, of course, but I can't complain." "So you haven't been hospitalised for 6 months? Didn't need expensive treatment?" "I was in hospital, but not for 6 months. I had a circumferential lift. It was expensive, true. My husband paid for it. A 20th wedding anniversary gift. But why these strange questions about my health?" Penny told this pleasant, healthy woman everything. About Paul losing his job, his failed job searches, and the story about money for his mother's treatment. As she spoke, her mother-in-law's expression darkened. "So, he's at it again. Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's in his genes. I can't help it. I feel sorry for you, girl. Leave him before it's too late. At least you don't have children. I'll explain everything, but the story is long and unpleasant." Paul was born from a brief affair between his mother and a visiting university professor. He claimed to be captivated by the young department member's beauty, saying he'd never seen anyone like her. He spoke of kindred spirits and destiny's perfect match. This charming, charismatic man presented himself as unmarried. Paul's mother drove headlong into the passionate relationship, believing his promises of a serious future. But things unfolded differently. She, already imagining their wedding, learned that he had a wife and 3 children in his hometown, with no intention of changing his life. "What's the problem, babe?" he asked shamelessly. "We had fun. You enjoyed it. Don't deny it. If you'd known about my family from the start, none of this would have happened. Who would that have helped?" So he left, and the heartbroken woman soon discovered her pregnancy. When the time came, she delivered a healthy, strong boy. Paul grew into a handsome, charming child with powerful charisma. In school, especially high school, young women went to extraordinary lengths to win Paul's heart. Helen often found herself consoling or calming his passionate admirers. Paul had inherited his father's looks and charm. Unfortunately, the habit of lying was inherited from his careless parent too. He would invent the most incredible facts about his life on the fly, presenting them so convincingly that people, strangely enough, believed him. Paul had an innate power of persuasion. Helen was deeply troubled by this. She saw clearly that her child was a master manipulator. He tried to manipulate her too, but unsuccessfully. When Paul was about 13, his mother married a good, wealthy man who owned a small dairy. Unlike Paul's father, this man was always honest with his wife and supported her in everything. Soon, the family welcomed a daughter. Paul grew jealous and invented such heart-wrenching stories that the guardianship authorities nearly sent him to an orphanage. After this incident, the teenager realized he had gone too far and became more careful. Over time, he perfected his art of lying and manipulation. These skills helped him graduate from university, but he had no desire to work. He tried employment briefly but disliked it. Instead, Paul chose to live at others' expense, begging money from his stepfather, deceiving friends and relatives. Eventually, he learned to live off wealthy women who were willing to support a handsome young man with a terrific sense of humour, blue eyes and charming dimples. His mother was devastated that her son had become such an unworthy person. She blamed herself for failing to raise him properly. Paul lived independently, rarely appearing at home or maintaining family ties. Then one day he announced his engagement to Penny. Helen was overjoyed, believing he would finally settle down, especially since she took an immediate liking to Penny, an organised, determined young woman who had already achieved much despite her youth. Time passed. From what Helen could tell, Paul's married life seemed fine, though he claimed his wife preferred limited contact with his relatives. Helen accepted this without offence. The important thing was that her son appeared happy and in good hands. When Paul bragged about starting his own business, the woman was initially sceptical. But seeing him with expensive cars, watches, and the latest phones, she believed he had finally straightened out his life. How else could he afford such luxury? And now this chance meeting with her daughter-in-law at the sanatorium happened. I can't believe it," Penny muttered, tears streaming down her face unnoticed. Her world had shattered overnight. The man she had loved since high school, her husband, was nothing but a pathological liar and a con-man. She had constantly excused him, pitied him, supported him, while he happily exploited her kindness and her money. "It was hard for me, too, to admit what kind of person my son is," her mother-in-law sighed. "Even harder than it is for you. Get away from him before it's too late. He'll try to convince you otherwise. He'll certainly think of something, but don't listen to him. He isn't trustworthy. I almost envy you. You can cut him out of your life. I can't. He's still my son." "Thank you for being honest," Penny smiled weakly. "I need to go to my room now and think." "Of course." Her mother-in-law's gaze held a mixture of warmth, pity and guilt. Once in her room, Penny collapsed onto the bed and let her emotions flow. She had never cried so hard. The pillow grew so wet with tears, she had to dry it with a hairdryer. From childhood, Paul recognized his main advantages: the ability to charm people and attract attention. Early on, he learned to manipulate others, first his caretakers, then teachers and classmates. The boy knew that if he wanted something from anyone, he would get it effortlessly. It didn't matter what he desired: an extra serving on a meal, rare collectible items, concert tickets, homework help, or the best role in school plays. At first, Paul believed everyone possessed such abilities. To his surprise and delight, he discovered his talents were unique. This realization greatly boosted his self-esteem. His mother remained the only person immune to his influence. Sometimes the boy felt she merely tolerated him rather than loved him. Later he understood. She must have seen his father's traits in him, the man who had broken her heart. Though this hurt Paul, especially in childhood, he eventually stopped caring about his mother's attitude. He received plenty of love and attention from others. He had other relatives too: grandmother, grandfather, and aunt. They adored their handsome, clever boy and indulged him despite his mother's protests. "You'll spoil him," she would argue. "You can't spoil with love," his grandmother would counter. "The boy has no father. He needs extra attention," his grandfather would echo her. His aunt would simply smile affectionately and slip her favourite nephew money for expenses. As Paul grew older, he discovered his talent for entertaining and organising people. Classmates often remarked how fun and easy it was to be around him. He was always the centre of attention. Both athletes and honours students befriended him. School beauties pursued him relentlessly. Of course, Paul took advantage of his position. Initially, his mother raised him alone. Expensive gaming consoles and seaside vacations were unthinkable luxuries. Then his stepfather, the local dairy owner, entered their lives. Everything changed. They moved into a spacious cottage filled with modern amenities. They flew to seaside resorts annually, staying in luxury hotels and shopping at high-end boutiques. Paul laughed that his stepfather was his golden ticket and used all his charm to win his trust. As usual, he succeeded. The man boasted to everyone about his wonderful stepson. He even planned to pass the business to Paul, who feigned interest in his business, though he neither understood nor cared about it. His stepfather's eyes would light up whenever Paul asked questions about the dairy. Paul dreamed of becoming like him, wealthy, respected, influential, someone others would bow to. But that required effort and work, precisely what Paul despised. However, he attended university at his parents' insistence and even graduated with an engineering degree. He passed it using his usual tactics: charm, lies, and flattery. But the young man never intended to work in his field. When his parents refused to support their adult son financially, thinking it would motivate him, they didn't know he had been dating Heather. They'd met at a club, a young student and a wealthy, bored, middle-aged widow who had inherited her late husband's fortune. They became lovers. Heather was drawn to his youth and vitality. He was interested solely in her money. And the woman proved generous. She showered him with expensive gifts, watches, clothes, phones. She even rented him an apartment, though she didn't offer to live together, having teenage children who would disapprove. This arrangement delighted Paul. He preferred their occasional romantic encounters. It was more entertaining that way. He told his friends and family he'd landed a position as chief engineer at a local oil company. Helen was immediately sceptical. His stepfather initially believed him, but investigated through his connections and confirmed his wife's suspicions. "I don't know your income source, but you're unemployed," he confronted Paul. "Stay away from my family. You're dangerous, a pathological liar, a parasite living off dishonestly obtained money." "Message received," Paul smirked. "But I don't care." Now, estranged from his family, Paul felt neither remorse nor anxiety. He knew he'd survive. In the worst case, he could apologize to his mother, who would reluctantly accept and support him. She was easy to manipulate through guilt, having birthed a child of an unknown man, never truly loving him, and now losing him to family conflict. Paul understood perfectly that this situation pained his mother. Fine, she'd be his backup plan, though he hoped to avoid needing it. His relationship with Heather ended suddenly. She'd found another handsome man. She left him a generous parting gift, but Paul knew it wouldn't last long, given his expensive lifestyle. Would he finally need to work? This drastic measure proved unnecessary when Cheryl soon replaced Heather. She was an elegant, attractive woman just past 40. Paul even developed unexpected feelings for her. He admired nearly everything about Cheryl: her perfect figure, soft skin, silky hair, easygoing nature, and sense of humour. Her only flaw was her husband, a prominent local businessman. Paul knew discovery of their affair would have serious consequences, which only made their meetings more thrilling. Cheryl seemed to enjoy the secrecy too. Their relationship felt like a game or movie plot. Like Heather, she showed great generosity, giving even more lavish gifts: a car, a studio apartment, luxury resort vacations. But Cheryl too vanished from his life similarly to Heather, moving abroad with her husband. Megan succeeded her. Less wealthy, merely chief accountant at a major local company, lacking her predecessor's sophistication. But this lonely middle-aged woman was also doing anything for a young lover, though Paul quickly tired of her company. Megan suffocated him with her care. They lived together, vacationed together, spent every moment together. She cooked him delicious meals, washed and ironed his shirts, called him silly pet names, and gazed at him with adoring yet condescending eyes. It became unbearable. One day, Paul realized it was time to find a way out. Megan had already introduced him to all her relatives, and her hints about marriage had evolved into explicit requests, almost demands. And then he was invited to a school reunion. Paul prepared meticulously, determined to impress his former classmates. He wore one of the designer suits Cheryl had given him, complemented by an expensive watch, and his appearance had the intended effect. He reclaimed his position as the life of the party and everyone's favourite, just as in school. This feeling delighted him. As for Penny, she caught his attention immediately. She looked radiant with her glowing skin, lustrous hair, and elegant figure. She dressed in stylish subtlety. Paul, knowledgeable about designer clothing, recognised the premium quality of her attire. The absence of a ring indicated she wasn't married. How had she acquired such luxury? She was clearly wealthy now. Through casual conversation, he learned the truth. The former nerd had built the most prestigious dance school in the area. A plan formed instantly in his head. Here was his chance to escape the clingy, ageing Megan. Penny was young, attractive, and far wealthier. Perhaps she could help advance his career. Paul had grown weary of depending on women, but he still wasn't ready for serious work. Seriously. Maybe Penny could offer him a position in her business. Make him a director, perhaps. Thus, Paul unleashed his charm on the unsuspecting Penny. It proved effortless. She doted on Paul, and like his previous partners, was generous with gifts. She sympathised with his fake dismissal from his position as chief engineer at the oil company. He wasn't actually job hunting. His plan to become dance school director had failed. The position wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. Veronica often worked late preparing reports. He wanted no part of such responsibilities. Besides, Penny appreciated her friend's work, constantly praising her competence. She wouldn't replace such an expert with someone who knew nothing about the business. For a while, things proceeded smoothly. Penny worked diligently while Paul pretended to job hunt, expressing disappointment with each supposedly rejected opportunity. Then his wife grew more insistent. Moreover, her attitude started to infuriate him. She clearly considered him as servant, the failure, the layabout, while she was the successful businesswoman, the provider, the intelligent and wealthy one. She constantly emphasized her authority and his dependence. Previously, she'd transferred money to his card several times monthly. Now, he had to remind her and invent reasons. It felt degrading. But as always, he found a solution through another woman. Paul had noticed how Veronica looked at him. She'd had a crush on him in school, even confessing it once. Back then, Paul hadn't taken her seriously, just a girl from a poor family with mediocre looks. Why would he need such a girl when there were plenty of bright beauties around? But now everything had changed. Veronica had become the director who handled most of the firm's financial matters. She could help him. Paul began his manipulation carefully, visiting the office and paying attention to Veronica. He would offer compliments, crack jokes, and cast languid looks her way. Like an experienced manipulator, he saw his tactics having the desired effect. Veronica opened up to him more and more. She grew accustomed to speaking with her friend's husband. Paul patiently listened to Veronica's stories about her friends and relatives. Though it tested his patience, he endured her sharing of worries and concerns, managing to insert well-timed responses. Then one day, he received confirmation that it was time to act. "I never thought you were such a sensitive and deep person," Veronica said, looking straight into Paul's eyes. "You acted so differently at school." "We were all fools at school," Paul countered. "I feel like you're my soulmate," the woman confessed. "I have the same feeling." Paul moved closer to Veronica, gazing into her eyes. She swayed slightly toward him. He seized the moment and kissed her. What are we doing?" Veronica whispered, lowering her eyes. "It's not right. Penny, if she finds out, she's my friend and boss, by the way." "She won't find out anything. There's no need to worry her," Paul said firmly. "She's got enough problems as it is, but I can't help myself." "Neither can I," Veronica admitted. They became lovers. They met mostly at Veronica's flat. Paul assessed the situation with a practised eye. Clearly, Penny didn't skimp on salaries and bonuses for her right hand. The dance school director lived comfortably, but unlike with his previous conquests, Paul had no intention of living off Veronica. He had more ambitious plans for her. With her help, he planned to take over Penny's business. Though that would take time, he needed money immediately, so Paul invented a story about his sick mother. What a pity, Veronica said, genuinely horrified as she listened to Paul's tear-jerking tale. I'm so sorry for your mother and you, but why don't you ask Penny for money? I know her, she won't refuse. You see, I'm a man, but I'm in a difficult position right now. I was sacked, new management and all that. It's humiliating enough living off my wife. She nags me about every penny, calls me names, and now I need this much money. If you refuse, I'll have to go to her. A mother's life matters more than pride, but... Oh dear, I'll help, Veronica exclaimed eagerly. Paul had, as usual, hit his mark perfectly. A woman's love, seasoned with pity and the desire to care for a loved one. These ingredients created the perfect combination. From then on, Paul began systematically destroying the friendship between the women. His method was simple, casually mentioning offensive remarks his wife had supposedly made about him or Veronica, sharing stories about Penny's contempt for those less fortunate. Skillfully and methodically, he crafted the image of a cold, heartless woman who stepped on others to reach her goals. Sure, she knew how to pretend and please people, but he, her husband, saw her true nature. All this served his long-term plan. If everything worked out, he'd never need to manipulate women for money again. Veronica kept giving him the money for his mother's supposed treatment. Later, Paul planned to tap this cash flow again, but Penny discovered it. She overheard a conversation between him and Veronica. Of course, she seemed to believe him and even provided money for treatment, but a new problem arose. She wanted to visit her mother-in-law. He couldn't keep making excuses about no visitors being allowed anymore. Penny had already started researching the diagnosis and seeking specialists. While Paul pondered his next move, an unexpected solution appeared. Penny decided to rest at a sanatorium, following a colleague's suggestion. This worked perfectly. He had already manipulated Veronica into the right mindset, and she had agreed to prepare documents transferring Penny's business to him. He used all his natural abilities and experience to convince her. We'll finally be together. We'll have everything we need to be happy. Penny can stay on as director with the same salary. I want to be with you. I'm tired of hiding, he persuaded Veronica. Wrestling with her conscience, Veronica slipped the documents in with a stack of routine papers for the unsuspecting Penny to sign. Penny trusted her friend completely. Besides, she felt terrible lately, and thoughts of her upcoming trip occupied her mind. Paul rejoiced. He now owned the entire dance school network. He possessed both a profitable business and Veronica's heart. She knew how to manage it all. What more could he want? Penny would stay at the sanatorium for nearly a month. He had time to establish his own system. To prevent anyone from informing his wife about the changes, he had planned ahead. Before her trip, he hid her phone. He bought her a new one with a different SIM card. Of course, she could have restored her old number, but helpful Paul, who volunteered to solve the problem, conveniently forgot about that option. So his wife departed with a new number, known only to those closest to her, himself and Veronica, and they certainly wouldn't tell her anything. Now in charge, Paul got to work. First, he replaced all management positions. He didn't want his wife's people in his company. Veronica objected, saying new specialists wouldn't immediately understand all the nuances. They shouldn't move too hastily. But Paul already felt like the owner and was confident he knew best. After all, he had Veronica, the permanent director, who understood everything about the business. Then Paul raised the price of season tickets and cancelled benefits. He started renovations, changed the name of the school, and made numerous decisions that made Veronica's head spin. She had to deal with the consequences of his management. Like at the beginning of her career, she now stayed late at the office, but unlike then, when there were prospects for growth and development, now the director realised a disaster was approaching. Veronica dreaded their upcoming meeting with Penny, but Paul wasn't worried at all. He eagerly awaited his wife's arrival. Soon, a spectacular scene would unfold. His triumph, her defeat. The expression of superiority and smugness would finally vanish from his wife's face. She had gained strength, processed what she had learned from her mother-in-law, and decided to divorce her husband immediately upon return. Penny opened the door with her key and entered the living room. A sleepy Paul emerged from the bedroom. The usual pattern. It was almost noon and he was still in bed. "Welcome back," her husband smiled. "How was your flight?" "Fine," Penny replied coldly. Now her husband disgusted her. How could she ever have loved him? Perceptive, Paul immediately noticed something was wrong. "Did something happen?" "Yes, something happened. We need to have a serious talk." "What a coincidence." His smile widened. "I have something to discuss too." "Did you find a job?" Penny couldn't resist the sarcasm. "Should I congratulate you?" "I love your sense of humour, but congratulations to you." Paul grinned and revealed everything. His relationship with Veronica, their scheming, how he'd become the sole owner of the business, and his first actions in charge. Penny listened and didn't want to believe it, but after her conversation with her mother-in-law, she knew Paul was capable of such things. "Get out," she said tiredly. "I don't want to see you. You didn't take my apartment, did you?" "What would I want with your little shack? I've already got my eye on a 2-story flat downtown. I just wanted to welcome you properly. Wanted to tell you myself. See your reaction." "Well, you've seen it. Pack your bags and go." "I'm already packed. Just a few things left." Paul left. Penny sat on the sofa, hugged her knees, and thought. Her dance school. Her brainchild. Her treasure. Paul had stolen it all from her. He'd taken everything and would destroy it. No doubt about that. He already had. And Veronica? Fine. Paul seemed unhinged, but how could she do this? He couldn't have managed it without her. Had she fallen for his charm? What now? What could she do? Let it go? No, absolutely not. Penny wanted Paul to suffer, to feel everything she felt now, but multiplied. She began to strategize. What did Paul love most in the world? Money, of course, and the luxurious lifestyle it provided. She would ensure her soon-to-be ex-husband, she'd file the papers today, would end up penniless, and preferably in debt. Larry had been secretly in love with Penny since their first meeting at City Hall. The young, determined woman had impressed him with her enthusiasm, energy, and organisational skills. Still in university, she'd already opened a dance school. The young entrepreneur's unconventional yet practical decisions impressed him. He could learn much from her. Though inexperienced in business initially, she needed support. Larry became one of her investors. Less for profit than for the chance to meet her, speak with her, see her beautiful brown eyes. The more he knew her, the more he admired her. No trace of flirtation, no hint of arrogance, just constructive dialogue. A sharp mind paired with excellent humour. They gradually grew closer, becoming good friends over years of collaboration. But Larry wanted more. One day he confessed his feelings to Penny, but she didn't reciprocate. Though deeply hurt, he respected her decision. He suggested they forget his confession and continue as before, not wanting any awkwardness between them. Friends would remain friends. Penny seemed to like this idea. She agreed with pleasure, and neither mentioned that conversation again. Later, Larry couldn't comprehend her choice. Yes, Paul had charisma, but how could Penny not see she'd married a physical fortune hunter? She was brilliant, perceptive, sensitive and strong. She wouldn't have survived in business otherwise. Larry had tried discussing her husband with her several times, but she'd always reacted defensively, so he'd dropped the subject. Then something incredible happened. Penny vanished, reportedly to a seaside resort. but first transferred the business to her husband, who immediately began destroying the enterprise she'd devoted her life to. Larry sensed something was wrong and anxiously awaited her return. He'd considered filing a missing person report if she didn't appear within weeks. It all seemed too suspicious. Penny gone, her phone off, while Paul and Veronica did what they pleased with her life's work. Then Penny called. "Where did you disappear to?" Larry felt immense relief. He'd been worried sick about her. "I was at a sanatorium. Are you aware of what's happening?" "Yes," Penny replied grimly. "How did you let this happen? Why give him the business?" "Larry, the people I trusted have betrayed me. You were right about Paul. He's a scoundrel. I really need your help now." "Anything," Larry promised. "I could start by punching him." "No need for that, though I wanted to myself at first. I need a different kind of support, and quickly, before that fool entirely ruins everything. I have a plan." Larry listened to Penny's ideas and smiled. "He'd better not cross your path." "He'd better not," the woman agreed. Meanwhile, Paul realized things weren't going as planned. He'd expected huge profits after implementing his changes. He'd raised prices and cut wages. But reality proved different. Quality teachers were quitting. The staff was dissatisfied with the new management strategy. No one wanted to work for meagre pay, especially since there were plenty of opportunities for skilled choreographers elsewhere. Soon, both teachers and students began leaving, with few newcomers taking their place. The high price of season tickets scared potential clients away. They had to deplete their reserves to cover rent and utilities, even taking out a high-interest loan. When they applied for another loan, they were rejected. Meanwhile, Veronica kept stirring up trouble. She pestered them daily with reports. Paul didn't bother looking into them. He knew nothing good would come of it. Then one day, an investor named Larry appeared in his office. He introduced himself as someone interested in meeting the school's new owner and inquired about the business. Paul openly shared their financial difficulties. After some consideration, the investor made an irresistible offer. Paul would take out another substantial loan and invest it in Larry's company. "In just a month, you'll be making solid profits. Then I'll invest in you again." That's precisely how Penny and I worked together, hand in hand, though doing business with a man is even more pleasant. Paul followed the visitor's advice without hesitation, despite Veronica's warnings about Larry's connection to Penny. "You can't trust him completely," she insisted. "He's Penny's man." "Oh, be quiet, I've had enough," he snapped. "Who's the boss here, me or you? He's a decent guy, everything will be fine." But Paul couldn't have been more wrong. A month passed, and not only did the promised profits fail to materialize, but everything fell apart. Larry's company, where Paul had invested substantial borrowed funds, went bankrupt, unexpected. Paul found himself drowning in debt, most of which fell on his own shoulders. Then came unexpected inspections from tax and labor authorities. They uncovered numerous violations, with responsibility falling directly on him as manager. Paul was devastated. This was a complete disaster. He'd thought taking over an established business would make him rich. Instead, he had acquired a mountain of problems. Bailiffs harassed him, and he could barely afford food. Thankfully, he still had luxuries from his former life. He had to sell everything: designer suits, expensive watches, his apartment, his car. Parting with his fancy car proved especially difficult. This aesthete and lover of luxury now lived in a tiny, long-ago renovated apartment in a remote district, riding the bus everywhere. With almost no money left, he had to job hunt. Despite his experience, finding even a low-paying position proved challenging, with his sparse employment history. As he'd done before, Paul tried finding a wealthy woman to support him. Veronica was no longer an option. Buried in her own debts, she'd sold her upscale apartment and car, moving back in with her mother. People said she was depressed, but Paul didn't care. He'd never learned to feel compassion or form real attachments. Yet no woman appeared willing to take in this supposedly handsome, charismatic man. Paul wasn't the catch he once was. His good looks and natural charm had worked their magic. Now, his carefully cultivated image held little appeal to potential romantic interests. Then Larry reappeared, elegant, successful, wealthy as ever. He claimed these things happen. Sometimes companies fail. Feeling guilty, he offered to buy Paul's failing business. The price was insulting, but better than nothing, Paul reasoned. It would cover some designer clothes, spa treatments, and entry to an exclusive nightclub. Perhaps luck would smile on him again. Maybe he'd meet a wealthy woman. This time he'd be smarter, more careful. When the time came to sign the papers, Paul went to the buyer's office. Imagine his shock when he found his ex-wife there with Larry. Penny looked stunning, lounging confidently in an armchair with a gentle smile. The truth hit Paul like a thunderbolt. He'd been played. Digging a pit for others, you can easily fall in yourself. Penny smirked, extending the contract to her ex-husband. Sign here and return what's rightfully mine. You have no idea how long it'll take to repair the damage you've done. In just a couple of months, you nearly destroyed my life's work. You'll manage, Larry said confidently, speaking only to Penny, entirely ignoring Paul. I won't sign, Paul retreated, hoping to spite his smug ex-wife while he still could. Your choice, Larry finally acknowledged him, but your debts grow daily. They're all in your name. Soon you'll face more than fines. You'll go to prison. Heart aching, Paul signed. He knew he had no choice. Penny would resurrect the business. There was no doubt about that. As for him, well, perhaps his parents could help. His stepfather was doing well, after all. It was worth a try.